It's on my desk. I'll notarize and witness. Okay. Can't believe it's
No shortage. It took about 20 minutes. That was a lot.
Council Mayor, we ready to go? We ready to go? All right. All right, good evening and welcome to the Administration and Finance, Recreation and Parks Committee meeting for December 13th, 2022. Our elected body, President and Mayor Kurt Wilson, Council Member Michael Palermo, Council Member Peter Vanstrom, new Council Member Sarah Beeson, Council Member G. Lee Hills, and Council Member William Morthland. The purpose of committee meetings are for the city departments to convey information to mayor and council and discuss initiatives listed on the published agenda, as well as provide updates of information essential to the operation of city government. By ordinance, the committee consists of the mayor and members of the city council and city administrator. And the ordinance mandates the city administrator serve as chair of committee meetings. This is a public meeting, but not a public hearing. Therefore, while the meeting is open to the public, and we certainly do welcome the public who are present here and our viewing audience, we do not take public comments or questions during committee meetings unless specifically authorized by mayor and council. Public comments or questions are received at the regular city council meetings held at 7:00 p.m. in the city council chambers on the second and fourth Monday of each month and on fifth Monday of each month in open forum. We do encourage citizens to engage our online platforms. And if you have any questions or need information, we certainly welcome those to our city staff. We're available to provide that information to you. We would certainly encourage all of our citizens to visit the city website for meetings, events, and departmental information, as well as the other city platforms. The city web service portal is a mechanism to report issues or concerns. And then the first item on our agenda this evening is the approval of the minutes for the Administration and Finance and Recreation and Parks Committee meeting for November 15th, 2022. I'll entertain a motion. Motion by Councilmember Hills, second by Councilmember Morthland. Any further discussion? All in favor? Thank you very much. Passes unanimously. All right, the first item we have under administration is consideration of a resolution to set qualifying fees to the municipal election on November 7th, 2023. Ms. Marley Press.
Well, we're getting set for our regular municipal election next year. And I know we just got done with one, but we're getting ready for another one. And this is just to set the qualifying fees. It has to be advertised by February 1st next year. So you all don't know, it's 3%. The qualifying fees is 3% of the salaries. So the judge's fee is probably going to change a little bit. I won't know that exact amount, but it's just standard state law to advertise for qualifying fees for next year's election.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Hills, second by Councilmember Beeson. Any further discussion?
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
What, just out of curiosity, because I just paid it because I was running, what exactly are the fees going towards?
3%.
Oh, going toward.
Isn't it, it's OSGA requirement for a percentage of the intended salary for the position, correct?
Correct. The state law requires the percentage in order to qualify to run, unless you file a pauper's affidavit and say you don't have the money, basically. But it's a requirement to run for office. The money goes,
Yeah, it's just,
yeah.
we actually get it.
It's an administrative, basically, cost of paying for part of the election.
Okay.
Can't change it, sorry. I know, I understand.
Such a short agenda, you're just trying to ask.
Any further question or discussion? Seeing none, we had a motion and a second. All those in favor? Thank you, it passes unanimously. All right, we will note that under Finance, we do not have any action items. Under Recreation and Parks, presentation of the River Parks conceptual design. Mr. Leatherman.
That part. There we go. All right. So before I get going, at the beginning, I just want to introduce a couple of our teammates from Star White House. We have Jacob Lang that is here and Aubrey Saba that both are working on the project as part of our project team, both having experience both with the ASAN project, and then they've rolled into these contracts. And so they're here for support in case there's some questions on the design as we move forward with the presentation. Just want to cover kind of high level why we're here tonight is as we talked about the amendments to the master plan back earlier this year, we also then with this budget year rolled into the conceptual and then schematic design of Azalea, Don White, and Riverside Park. We wanted to make sure that as we roll through our design efforts that we check in with the mayor and council on first and foremost the programming components, which is why we're here tonight. You'll see us again for some of the schematic design as we get into more detail before we roll into the construction design. And so we're starting fairly high level with ensuring that we get the major components of the park improvements identified in the 3 distinct park areas, going through our presentation, and then also making sure that we're meeting the expectations not only of the master plan, but feedback from mayor and council with questions that you may have or programmatic components that are included in the design right now or included in the future. Sure.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mayor Wilson.
Jeff, just for clarity,
Yes.
what's the intent of tonight? Just like in a quick, like, what do
Very
you
high-
want us to do tonight?
Give us feedback at a very high level that we've included the major programming components of the park design. We will be back with more details later, but this is what are we missing from a very high level as we're moving through the park design component.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks for the clarity. We're going to start at Azalea, work our way to Riverside, back up to Don White, and then I just have a couple of reminders and some new additions to ASAN that are some report backs from the last couple of months. From a timing perspective, you'll see that we're very early in the process. We're right here at the existing program and concept design. We'll move into schematic design and then into construction drawings, permitting, award, and construction. These 3 projects that we'll talk about tonight are funded as part of our voter-approved bond. This mayor and council authorized the beginning phases of the schematic design before consideration of the bond. That gave us a jump start to be here now so that we can roll right into construction documents and then eventually construction. At a very high level, these are the major components that we're considering in the park design from the master plan and also from feedback from staff and some conversations from mayor and council. I'm not going to go through all of them. They're in the packet and you'll see them here in the future. A couple of key components that I do want to touch on with Azalea. Food service consideration. This is the cafe concept that we'll discuss. As it relates to Riverside, how are we dealing with spray grounds, with updating the master plan relating to playgrounds, and dealing with our entry plaza, which we'll talk about, as well as stage components. And then some changes to Don White as it relates to ASAN, specifically around our building facility. If you recall, a couple of months ago, we made some changes to the master plan that allowed us to move building components from ASAN Phase 3 to Don White, and you'll start to see that play out in these high-level concept drawings as we move forward. With each of the park locations, I'm going to stop at the end. There's about 4 slides that describe where we're at in the process. I figured it'd be easier if we ask questions specifically at each park location moving forward. These are our existing conditions at Azalea. You'll see this park broken down into 2 different distinct locations. we do have a private parcel that's located between this park. And so you'll see Azalea West and Azalea East, west being the downstream side, located right there, number 6 on the map. Existing conditions, really, the park was built 70s, early 80s. It's starting to show its wear and tear. I won't go into those kinds of details. This is the 2016 master plan. Some of the goals associated with the master plan were expanding parking, looking at a new courtesy dock, new pavilion, expanding the parking along Azalea, as I described, some new waterfront paths, expansive lawn areas, observation towers, as well as some cafe concepts. This is the transition as we move from the master plan to where we are now in the design process. Again, the break right here in the middle is that private parcel between Azalea West and Azalea East, so we leave that out of our design concepts. Start to look at the nature play area down at Azalea West, and then I want to transition to East. This is where most of the improvements are happening in this park facility. A lot of Azalea West down here is essentially the same form and format with just a lot of improvements along the riverbank. Some nature play, some pavilions, and we've added a small restroom in this location to support all of the action and activity that we have in that very small park, but it's rented quite a bit. And with the separation of these two parks, we wanted to provide some restroom service here. So those are the major updates here at this location. As we transition to the major part of Azalea, a lot's happening here in this space. We've expanded the parking along the entire frontage of Azalea, looked at rebuilding and relocation of this new building, some shuttle area right here, and I'll explain why, some shoreline access, and passive lawn area. The boat launch, this location, is relatively the same as it currently is laid out, with the exception of eliminating some of the larger boat parking spaces and then adding in some smaller vehicle parking spaces. Because what we don't see operationally is all of those boat parking spaces taken up by trailers and vehicles. And so we've decreased that number so that we can accommodate more single vehicle parking in that location. On the next slide, you'll see kind of the count of how this all breaks down in comparison to the master plan and our design. I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the building facility. This is roughly in the same location as the existing concession building. This is the programming exhibit in the top left-hand corner of what we're looking at. Right now, we've got the bottom story, which is listed as the ground floor with outdoor storage space. This is to accommodate all of the boats and facilities that are currently in racks outside in the park location. We want to tuck those underneath the building so that they're part of the building operation, but also more sightly and in a secure location. This is also intended to be essentially an open air storage area, so all of the equipment that comes off of the water can continue to dry out under the building space. We can hose it down, we can wash it down, and manage that. Some retail check-in space similar to what we have, but it's enlarged right now, and this is to accommodate all of the boat traffic that comes in and out of this facility. So this is your rental location, also retail location for sales. This is where the transactions for boat and boat storage and boat rentals happen. There's a cafe concept called out in the master plan, and we've accommodated that where it says food service for about 1,000 square feet. And then looked at stacking this building with a second floor. This gives us a component of observation decking on the top, as well as some support staff and also a second store restroom. Really, the intent is, how do we create options and opportunities for people to view the river? The master plan calls for an observation tower concept, and we've coupled that with the building space. We can get some better utility out of the construction costs, but the master plan really wanted to create an opportunity to elevate people to be able to view the river over the top. And that's what this second floor does in this location. So how that translates into the analysis of our existing park facility, what the master plan calls for, and what we're proposing as part of our current design. The building space is quite a significant difference, and that's because we've put that second story observation deck, outdoor storage on top, outdoor space on top of it, as well as the storage space underneath it. Pavilion roughly remains the same, lawn space. Parking, currently we're at about 92 parking spaces. Master plan estimated about 167. Currently we're scheduled for about 187 parking spaces, but I will qualify that in a minute, along with beach, outdoor classroom, and playground space. As we look at all three of these park designs, the biggest challenge with development down along the river is calculating our impervious surface. That's how much hardscape can we have, and there's always trade-offs down along the river. So if we do, 187 parking spaces, that potentially limits the size of sidewalks that we can have. If we do 3,000 square feet of building space, that potentially is a trade-off in the parking. As we get more detailed in our park design, these numbers will shift. These are our current estimates and targets right now, but we know as we get more specific further down in the process, we'll see some changing in these numbers as we start to make some opportunity cost decisions in the design process. I'm going to stop there. This is just Azalea Park, and then we'll transition to Riverside. Again, high-level concepts. What we want to make sure is we're on the same path as the River Parks Master Plan, intention of Mayor and Council for our future park development.
Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
Can you go back to the previous slide? So that office, is it say, how many square feet is that?
This is about
2,000?
2,000 square feet.
And that's office for Roswell rec, people that are working the park? Or?
Yeah, most of this is for our concession operator is what that's intended to be. Our concession operator has roughly between 7 to 10 staff members running in this location between here and Don White Park, supporting the concession operations. And we're also then looking at kind of expanding that operation with some food service operations, as well as hopefully expanding our rental operations in that space. What we've talked about with this office space and staff is making that flexible space so that it can also be used as classroom space. It can also be used to support potentially events and activities up here on the second floor. But then we would also have, potentially a restroom building right here and some support staff. You'll also see, it's a nuance, but there's some mechanical and a stairway right here. This allows people to get, or staff to get from the storage area upstairs and downstairs to support the operation of the building as well.
Councilmember Northland.
Two quick questions. On that second floor overlook area,
Yeah.
how many people would be accommodated up there for a party, get-together? What are we talking about there?
Do you have a sense of that load yet?
So,
Yeah, just press it real quick. Try it again.
so we haven't done an exact occupancy calculation yet. A lot of this will come in schematic when we start meeting with fire department. That's going to drive a lot of it, just in terms of how many people. A general sort of place of occupancy number would be 15 square foot per person. Now, I would like to say for sure we can provide 15 square foot per person for that entire roof. But then once fire department gets involved, that will be determined by staircase sizes, number of fixtures, so number of bathrooms to support that, and then whether or not the building needs to be sprinklered or not.
Give or take.
So probably, I would say, as a conservative estimate, 100.
Okay, so you can put a party of 100 up there.
Right.
So we're
Yeah.
really starting to monetize this asset. Second question is the food service. Can you touch on the food service with those options?
Sure, thanks for the question. So the River Park Master Plan calls for the cafe concept, and it doesn't provide necessarily a tremendous amount of detail of what that means. And as we've been talking to different user groups, organizations, as well as just internally, we're looking at how do we accommodate food service as support for the park facilities that are happening at that location, and is also trying to create destinations for people to spend more time and enjoy the river, potentially use the river park system as a whole, where you could park at Riverside, potentially create your destination of Azalea, and then have an opportunity to hang out, maybe grab a bite to eat, potentially have some window-style food service. So that's what this is concept out right now. It's not indoor seating. This would be food service contained in the 1,000 square feet, a window-style pass-through that then you could use in the park facilities or up on the second floor. That would also accommodate, drink service, food service. We're talking fairly simple menu at 1,000 square feet. There's also some challenges that we really need to look at of what kind of limitations do we have with the building in the floodplain as it relates to grease traps, and how functionally does that work. That also may limit the type of food service that we can accommodate, or do we have other solutions beyond an in-ground grease trap that potentially we can use in a fire situation?
Councilmember Beeson.
Thank you. Learning curve. You had, looking at this, it looks like the parking has increased by roughly 50% between the existing and the proposed. Is that correct?
Correct. 92 right now is existing, proposed, or at least conceptually right now, about 187.
So with that, given the fact that we do have limitations with it being within the MRPA area and also adjacent to the river, are non-permeable options also being explored for the parking surfaces as opposed to asphaltic?
We do. The challenge becomes with the permeable surfaces is you don't get 100% benefit out of them. So you get a portion of benefit. They also come with a tremendous amount of maintenance challenges, especially when they're in the floodplain. When they're higher out of the floodplain and they don't flood often, they create quite a bit of benefit or some benefit. In this location in particular, it floods often. And so the asphalt is easier to maintain in those kinds of situations. So that's kind of the cost-benefit analysis that we'll look at in the construction process, as well as in the design process. Riverside Park is part of that discussion because those parking lots are a little bit higher.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor Wilson.
Yeah, let me just kind of thank Sarah for the question, because I want to follow up on, just at one point, obviously, from a layman's perspective, looking at the layout, I think one might have a concern that you might have too much concrete, too much asphalt, right? That's a concern that it might be overwhelming the objective of what we're trying to get done.
Right.
And obviously, Sarah's question about, hey, can the parking lot be a different kind of service? And there are obviously some practical questions. But I think from a macro perspective, and I don't want to speak for the committee, obviously my concern would be, well, aesthetically, well, we don't need to create a big giant parking lot look, right? That would defeat the whole purpose of doing this.
Yep.
Just a comment. Second one, then, not to a solution there, so it's just a thought. I don't know what kind of vendors we're looking at. I'm sure there's some limitations based upon the food service equation and on that question. But one thought to me, just if you'll go back one page, Michelle, is obviously on that, and that's on the second floor or the first floor? That's on the first floor.
Ground floor.
Yeah, makes sense. So would it might make better sense to have 2,000 square feet available, perhaps for one or two or three potential operators, versus, and then having 1,000 square feet for the office? Because as you said, it's temporary employees, it is an operator, 7 to 10 people, but they're not gonna be doing critical mass work in here. I mean, this is moving in and out, it's a place to keep you.
Locker room, that kind of stuff.
Exactly, so maybe in terms of the value investment, maybe better to have something that might fall into the work-play piece. Just a thought. This is a question. So, I don't know, do we have that boat ramp, because I'm down here all the time, and I'm so glad you guys have identified that there are so few boats there anyway. And I'm questioning, outside of the rowing, which is gigantic down there, I don't know how many boats are actually down there. I don't know if we had any data on that. And I'm curious, what is the value of a boat ramp long-term in the River Master Plan? We've never really talked about it. It's just a question.
Yeah, so there's a couple of values that the boat ramp in this location provides. One is keep in mind as you go upriver from this location, the next available boat ramp is above the Shoals National Park side on the Sandy Springs side, and then you get all the way up to Girard Landing. And so from just a public safety river rescue perspective, this is the best and most accessible boat launch that supports this area of the river, essentially I would say almost all the way down to the dam. And so in order to launch boats from a public safety perspective, this is the location that happens.
Okay, so it makes sense. So this is more about public safety than actual public access.
Well, but we also do have public boats that are using the facility. And so we do not have the hard data on how many are actually used and what's kind of the maximum load that we've seen in this area. So, and we've been talking with our maintenance staff, and we kind of put the number at like 5 to 7 boat trailer combinations, because you also have non-motorized boat trailer situations where somebody's bringing down a canoe or a large kayak, and they have kind of a secondary trailer that is hooked up to the back of their truck. It's not necessarily a full-blown, 17-foot fishing boat, but it is a boat trailer combination that needs that kind of parking.
Just a question, since we're at Azalea, and I know entry points, there's different entry points for the canoes.
Yes.
And certainly is there a way to soften, like this is valuable property.
Right.
Very valuable. Is there a way to, I guess, expand the offering and maybe create a very small footprint for a boat ramp, particularly along the lines of the emergency boat ramp equation, and find another, solution there, and another solution
No,
up
why we're here.
the river
Yeah.
for the canoe piece. In other words, this is primarily rowing, if I'm not mistaken, and that's the overall intent, correct, at this particular location?
I would say, well, you've got rowing with the Atlanta Rowing Group, but the vast majority of the operation that's happening here is going to be it's going to be non-individual rowing and more individual paddle boards, canoes, kayaks.
Gotcha.
Supported primarily by the building. The other thing that you have in this location is this is the pull-out location for anybody that's tubing or rafting from Don White downstream. So that's kind of the confluence of activity that's happening here, which is also why we like the food service component, that decking component, because this, if you're coming from Don White, this is where you're getting out of the river and looking for something to do.
And one last just question of clarification. So if we're looking at the 4 color pictures on this slide.
Yeah.
The top picture is the second floor, correct? And the bottom picture is we're looking at the second floor, at the bottom. We're looking up at the second floor there at the top, correct?
Yeah, and it's 2 separate buildings, so these buildings actually don't match. So these are some of the
Oh.
concepts that we're working on. What this is showing is trying to create this entryway as you come off the parking lot of what are you seeing and experiencing when you're coming into the building facility? How are we drawing people in to the retail, restaurant, cafe, boat rental components so that we I would say, liven up the customer service experience. Right now, it's pretty flat. You've got some funky buildings, and you're not quite sure, is this the front or the back of the building? We want to be able to create that entryway where people really know where they're supposed to go when they're coming for that rental or retail or cafe-style experience and drawing them into the building, into this space. So that's what we're trying to depict in this location.
One last piece, and we haven't talked about this a lot. You know, we're working on this, but again, it's something we haven't launched, is the branding component.
Right.
Which we're starting to talk about with developers, like in branding and potential pieces. So that building there, and maybe other buildings, might be some key places where we're doing our branding.
Absolutely, yeah, and especially we talk about gateway and gateway entry points in the river corridor, that absolutely can be included into these concepts, both on the frontage side of the street by the trail, but also within the building itself.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there's a gateway, there's an entryway, it's attractive. Probably need a brand there.
All right, yes. Councilmember Beeson?
2 more items, sorry. I realize that that's just throwing it out there for brainstorming, but will the pavilion be covered on the rooftop portion?
Do you remember what we've got sketched out there?
So there is sort of a provision for covering, sort of covered and uncovered. So the dashed lines there across that second floor diagram are suggesting kind of a shade structure, and that could be a combination of an open-air pergola and a fully covered sort of pavilion-type structure.
Because I know right now you mentioned that the pavilions are fully booked for the most part because they are covered because you have to plan for rain or brutal sunlight. So that's a point of concern just from the rental side. And then looking at the vegetated shoreline, I understand the need for erosion control and preventative measures along the shoreline. Obviously, we can't see topos from this. Is there still going to be a sight line from the passive lawn or from the pavilion area directly to the river itself, or is that going to be blocked by that vegetated shore?
You want to tackle that? Go ahead.
Yeah, so MPS prefers vegetated bank stabilization. The current bank stabilization or vegetation along the river is really a lot of invasive species.
Great.
So through invasive removal and then selecting the right plants for stabilizing the shore, we can kind of, what we try to do is keep that zone from 3 feet high to 7 feet high open, and then you have a lower sort of shrub layer that stays below 3 feet, and then trees that start branching above 7 feet, so you maintain that visual access but still have the stabilization benefits of the plant material.
So sight line, but I guess also, not to speak for any other council members, but a preference for native species as well.
Yes, certainly all native, yeah.
Thanks.
Mayor Wilson?
Sorry, from a layman's perspective, The answer to that, to Sarah's question, is basically no, there won't be a clear sight line.
No, there will be. So there'll be a clear sight line, but there will still be vegetation.
You got
in areas-
vegetation 3 to 4 feet high.
Right,
So there's sight line, as long as you're above 4 feet high.
yes,
you're
and
good.
below.
You're good on the
7.
on the sight line.
So,
Okay.
Standing.
the younger ones among us might not be, or might have to jump up to see.
Very good.
In Azalea in particular, I mean, one of the great values of Azalea is it's one of the parks that's down there that you really have this visual and physical connection to the water, where the others, particularly at Riverside or Don White, you're screened off by thicker vegetation. And so here, we're trying to preserve as much of that as possible with an enlarged shore access, both at Azalea West and East, as well as the improving the shore access by the boat ramp.
Councilmember Palermo.
So just to piggyback on the mayor's comments from much earlier, with definitely just the concern of, will it look like it's just too much of a really big parking lot being built? Something to weigh in. I know RDOT probably does not want any more discussion of Riverside Road, but if there was a way to set up some on-street parking and some of that parking being on-street instead of just being a giant parking lot, I think that'd be, and leaving some more actual park space here, I think that'd be something to consider. And then definitely glad to hear and excited for the additional benefit of taking a lot of getting rid of a lot of the invasives. And so Mr. Leatherman, on that point, on basically the ordinance or resolution that we had passed regarding native plants and the percentages, is that all expected to be taken into account for the future?
Yeah, and I think, we're even a little bit more aggressive along the river with our planting plan, both with sand as the existing construction documents and anything in the future, is that our target is 100% native. Now, there may be some components of planting for beautification or for seasonal flowers or those kinds of things that we want to just have for that approach, if you will. But really the target is how are we maintaining the river corridor in this most natural kind of native state as we can get it. It's and you'll see, and you can almost kind of see that play out in the nature play space up in the upper right-hand corner. How are we, the concept is really removing what I would say those primary colors, hard steel, playground components are down along the river and transitioning those into something that's a little bit more natural. It's still a lot of fun to be able to play on, but tucks into the natural environment a lot more seamlessly than some of our kind of hardened steel playscapes are right now. We still want the destination, but we also want to match that and pair that with the natural environment.
That's great, thank you.
That's a great thing. We haven't talked about that. You have expounded on that in one committee meeting very shortly, but everybody doesn't really know because it is a much different concept that you're introducing through the council on the playgrounds, basically.
Yeah, and we're carrying that same philosophy from ASAND and bringing that into all of the design components. And the thematic approaches from the 2016 master plan really play out those natural and native, not only plantings, but natural playscapes that are complementary to the environment around the river. And that's what we're trying to bring to life in these designs. And you'll actually see them more fleshed out as we get into schematic of what do they really look and feel like as we start to look at speccing out the actual materials that we're using.
Okay.
All right, we'll move on to Riverside Park. Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Vanstrom.
Sorry.
Are you guys intending to have any of those pay pole and ride bike options along the parks here? I think that's a wonderful adjunct for people to be able to just.
Yes. So in the storage component right here, we have provisions for, don't quote me on the number, call it 20 to 30, I think is the number, bike charging locations that can be configured for e-bikes or just traditional pedal bikes, so that we have places to store them, and then also use them as part of either the rental or retail component here, and then also at Don White.
Is that a traditional rental where you're walking up and asking the person, can I rent a bike for an hour, versus you've got an app that you're pulling a bike?
I think to be determined. We wanted to make sure that we had the storage provisions for those here in the building design, but the operation of them hasn't been fleshed out. But we definitely are considering that as part of the operation throughout the entire river corridor system.
I think something to consider, as Councilman Vanstrom's described, is not the traditional way and not in our storage, but where you have them outdoor. You know, they were, you know, in France 20, 30 years ago. They've been in New York probably for 10, 15 years. And I think a nature version of it instead of in New York City, but on the river with our beautiful park system, I think is a really cool opportunity.
You don't have to store those bikes. They're just
Right, exactly.
sit and just make it look like a nice.
They just have a
area.
beautiful little, like, stand that's really
I think
clean.
each park should have one, so as you're
Yeah.
riding, you can drop a bike or whatever you want.
Got it.
Secondly, on the parking, this is where I live, so I'm really aware there's not parking available on the street. I think this is terrific that we have more parking. They do a really good job there, and I think you guys will do better even
With this of trees and scapes, just yell at me. Trees and scapes and making the parking lot look really nice, filled in with vegetation. But we need more parking spaces. We've got to get people off that road because they're in the middle of bike paths. And it's very dangerous. Doors open and bikers are coming by. And so I really am glad to see more parking. I know that it's not the, you know, preferred that you have so much blacktop. Maybe we can paint it green. But I think we need it. And I applaud you for trying to get more down there because that will help. Finally, I still want to see an observation tower of some sort. Can't we go a little higher off the roof with a spiral staircase that goes up to something that's maybe 4 stories up or something that gives a real unique look to the,
Even as a takeoff of that building.
yeah, just a small, you don't have to use the whole structure, but I just think that would be a really unique draw.
Absolutely. Take a look at that.
Councilmember Morthland?
Since we're hitting on parking pretty hard here, during the rec commission presentations, I think the question was posed about the pervious surface material that could be used. And that's when I learned that if we were to go in with a pervious surface, I call them the diamonds, the triangle cement pieces that go together, when this area does flood, and you do have to run a bobcat or a skid steer across those, that's when they start popping up. Right. Can you touch on that real quick?
Yeah, you know, really it's about, whenever this area of the park floods, we get silt sedimentation deposits from that flooding. And so then you've got to go in with some sort of piece of equipment because it's pretty thick at times. It can be pretty nasty to deal with, and you've got to clear it out. That's where the Bobcat or the street sweepers or something comes in. And as soon as you start to activate that kind of heavy equipment on top of those paving systems, that's where the challenge becomes in their success and relatively lack of success sometimes with that kind of heavy maintenance. If they're higher out of the floodplain and you're not doing that kind of heavy mechanical work on top of them, you find that there are a lot less maintenance requirements associated with them and a little bit higher success rate with them.
Mayor Wilson?
Jeff, just to kind of piggyback on Will's idea, sorry for the sophomoric nature of this question. Why aren't we looking at pavers?
Like paving systems?
No, like brick pavers.
Permeable.
Because it still fits your impervious model, does it not?
Yeah.
And it changes the aesthetics. I'm just curious, and it looks really cool,
Yeah.
and it's slow traffic, right? And it's low impact traffic. I'm just asking, I apologize.
Yeah, I think my quick reaction is probably a cost associated with it, but it's something that we can pull into the analysis on the schematic side and at least run some cost analysis associated with a couple of different options on, you know, okay, if we're going asphalt, what does that mean? If we're going to a paver system, what does that mean? And at least run some of that cost benefit analysis associated with how far do we want to push it.
You might even gain some impervious
Could.
with the pavers, right?
Yeah, the calculations are a little bit different. I don't know if you want to get into the calculation side. If you want, do you want us to dive into that?
No, that's all ARC
Okay.
stuff, and I don't want to put anybody
Yeah.
to sleep.
We'll work on that side, and as we get further down into the process, we can bring the analysis with it.
We could talk about pavement all day, actually.
All right, are we ready to move forward here to Riverside?
All right, as we tackle Riverside Park, again, existing conditions associated with Riverside. We consider also a component of Riverside, don't want to miss this, number 4 over here, which is the connection and the confluence of Big Creek and where the bike trail crosses, and so you'll see that come up. Other components associated with Riverside, most people have been down there. Encourage you to visit our park if you haven't. It's a wonderful facility. As we look at the 2016 master plan, kind of the shape of the park itself remains to be the same. Some of the value statements, if you will, or the targets and goals with the Riverside Park are enlarging the entry plaza, adventure and nature play theme and playgrounds, retaining the existing spray ground and parking lot, new pavilions, restrooms, and some circulation and drainage improvements. As we transition into where we are, we've made some recommendations and some transitions in our kind of push towards how are we implementing the design at Riverside. And I want to walk through a couple of them because they're a little bit different in some cases as it relates to the master plan, and I think we get some value out of it, and I'll describe them. Starting on the kind of left side of the screen, we've got some outdoor classroom space, looking at the opportunity for interpretive gardens. This is right up against the Fulton County wall and fence line area, and so we're really looking at how do we screen that kind of pump house area from the park and creating some opportunities for gathering spaces. We have the McHenry Brown Memorial here in this location. We also have a couple of other historical markers, so as we look at connecting some of our park facilities, not only here, but also into the history and into our historic district, we have some opportunities to interpret both our history, but I think also some of our native planting and some other educational material here in this location, activating that space in a passive way. We've started to rework the parking lot area, trying to optimize its space. You'll notice right here some changes with the entry. The roundabout is currently removed and the entry plaza. We've got some work that we're working our way through on circulation in this area. The biggest change in this location from the master plan is the size of this entry plaza. If you look back at the master planning component, there's this really big entry plaza, about 10,000 square feet of essentially concrete that comes into that park facility. As we talked about, everything down at Riverside is a trade-off. And so if you're using that volume of impervious surface at that location and it doesn't have a lot of utility, we start to ask ourselves the question of, is that really necessary in this location? Can we still create the entry plaza that allows you to see the lawn and this band shell space here by decreasing this size of the hardscape and optimizing that in other areas of the park? And so that's what you see here in this location. The entry is still there. The view shed down here to the band shell is still there, but we've started to shrink the size of that and are trading that impervious surface in different areas of the park. So we're increasing the size of this access road down to the band shell from an operational perspective, looking at increasing the size of some of the impervious surface walkways. But the trade-off has to come from someplace, and so one of the areas is right here. So I just want to make sure that I'm pointing that out as we go through. We've also looked at relocating the spray ground and consolidating that with all of our playground space onto the left side of the park facility. Right now, the playgrounds are split on two sides of the park. You've got the spray ground and playground on this side, and then you have another big old playground on this side. So we've started to consolidate that playground space that opens up some programming and activity opportunity on this side. We've also looked at what is this design of the spray ground? Conceptually, we have a little bit softer design as opposed to the overhead kind of primary color spray ground that's down there right now. More of a fountain feel that's coming out of the ground, that when we have programming activities that are happening and we need additional hardscape potentially to set up tables or vendors or other activities in the park, we can turn off the water feature and actually use this space as secondary operation. Some nature play concepts, and then just want to point out this games and event lawn activity, looking for opportunities, and we have kind of this example at Halcyon of how can we look at activating some of this park space a little bit differently in conjunction with some outdoor building space here and some other support areas that could potentially be a synthetic turf area that is going to be a little bit more resilient than a traditional grass if we're talking about high impact, a lot of traffic on top of it. And then it can also be set as food service or vendor service or supporting vendor spaces, such as when we have our 5K runs. Where are we going to check in? How are we going to support that kind of activity This starts to lend itself into that kind of concept. You also have some terrace seating that is elevated so that you can see down over the top of kind of the existing event lawn into the band shell space. And we're working on the building components. One of the challenges that we think here from a cafe combination of food service component, we think that this location is going to be really tough to support a traditional cafe food service operation because we don't have the destination like we do down at Azalea or at Don White. We have a lot of traffic that moves through the park, but our destinations tend to be event-based. They don't tend to be just passive. We have a lot of people that park and then transition into the bike trails or into other areas of the park. We do have a tremendous amount of activity around the play space and the spray ground in the summertime. And so looking at more concession-style operations that would be more simple food service operations at that location where you can still get drinks, you can still get quick food service food, maybe prepackaged food, but not necessarily a full-blown cafe-style operation like we were talking about down at Azalea. We also are looking at connecting, and we talked a little bit about this access road. One of the biggest feedback pieces that we have right now for events and activities that are using the stages is we have this conflict area of getting equipment down to the stage, especially when the park is full. So we've created and reworked this access road here that allows us to have support down to the stage that is out of the conflict zone of pedestrians in this location. So as we're moving events or event equipment, or we're bringing in multiple band or band equipment, we can do that in a safe way to support kind of the back of the stage operation. This also facilitates some movement for green room style operations. So if we have entertainment or activity that's there all day, we have a refuge place where acts can walk off of the stage, kind of tuck into the building, and then have a place to take a break. Again, the building is still being flushed out as from a design and concept perspective, but those are the major components at Riverside Park. And the breakdown, as you see here, existing buildings all the way through to parking. We're working on reconfiguring the parking, 367 spaces right now. We're targeting right around 390 with some of the reconfigurations that we have in the parking lot and trying to optimize some of the circulation. And pavilion, entry lawn, playground space, and then fleshing out some additional designs in the classroom planting and outdoor classroom space. And I'll stop there and talk about Riverside.
All right. Councilmember Worthland?
The only request I have on this is, we were talking about the historical piece to it with the historical markers.
Yeah.
I'd like to try to show a little bit more around the Cherokee Indian influence to the area, since they were the originals.
Yeah.
So that's my
Yeah.
only request.
Down here in this corner, and thank you for pointing that out, we've talked about some interpretive information related to indigenous peoples. We have a marker in this location related to the Trail of Tears, and starting to highlight those storytelling components as it relates to indigenous people here at this location, especially at the confluence, and how that translates into our storytelling around the historic district.
Councilmember Palermo?
Thank you. So I agree with Councilman Northland. I think that is a good idea and enhancement to enhance the area. That being said, I do feel, and look at this, I think the version you showed today versus the 2016 one, I think the today one is better than the 2016 one. I do not think the today one is worth the money compared to how it is today. I see a lot of things that seem like they're changing things just for the sake of changing it without actually making a better park or a better experience for residents. So a couple examples are, if we can go back to the earlier, so if we can go back to this version. So I don't really see the value for residents spending the money for a new building in a different location. I question the value in moving the spray ground. I've certainly used that spray ground a lot, not myself, but watching young ones running around there, and
Watching your own young one?
yes, my own young ones running around there, and so I question the spend and the bang for the buck for residents of moving that. As for the lawn at House Salon, I've been there multiple times. The reason it's so busy is typically, it's actually a lot like gate city, where it's a lot of parents with a beer in their hand, watching their kids run around on the turf. And I'll tell you, it's a place parents enjoy drinking a beer, watching their kids run around on the turf, but it feels very artificial, obviously, because you're just staring at this AstroTurf. And so when we do have green space, beautiful river area, beautiful existing event lawn, I question the atmosphere that's being created by creating a turf area and for kids and parents to be playing on. So I question that spend. I do think it's a fantastic idea, the terrace seating, because obviously Riverside Sounds, I think, is a fantastic event. Renovating the band shell, great idea, because I think that is such a great destination for the city. The comments you brought up about, because it's so event-based driven, and the challenges of expecting a regular food type thing. Totally agree with that, which is why I think actually a food truck solution probably makes a lot of sense to continue, which I think has been pretty successful with food truck Fridays as well as Riverside Sounds. So my big picture viewpoint is I think there's definitely a few great enhancements, but there's a number of enhancements that I'm concerned are spending money for the sake of making some changes and spending some money, but not actually getting bang for the buck compared to how it is today. Sure. But again, I don't want to take away from the fact that definitely this proposed concept I like a lot more than the 2016 version.
Yeah. Can I just touch real quick? I think it would be helpful, Councilmember Palermo, to get your feedback on, so the driver of the building, so is the kind of the crux, I'll say, I guess, of the intent of that entry plaza was getting rid of the front buildings, right? That's the first thing that you see when you come into the park. And so so the master plan calls for, okay, we're relocating those buildings so that we create this welcoming space. That drives then the decision of, if the buildings are relocated and we decrease the entry plaza, this building becomes now your restroom building hub. We also put a restroom building right here because, and to your point, whether this spray ground lands here or stays where it is, we want to support the playground with a restroom building that's right adjacent to it. We don't want families to have to walk all the way across the park to get to a restroom building. So this becomes kind of your cluster of large-scale restroom buildings that we moved out of the front and kind of tucked in over to the side right here.
And I guess my question there, if the concern is parents with kids, which again, I go to both of those playgrounds a lot. I switch between the two, and today they're on separate sides. I guess if the thought is wanting a restrooms close, then shouldn't all of the restrooms just be close? That's the question. But I guess I'll say you do raise a good point on the entry plaza and that thought process. So I'd say you just moved me from opposed to neutral. That being said, I guess from no matter what we're going through, everything related to the bond at all times, I stated what I sincerely believe is it's the maximum number, it's the not to exceed. And my sincere hope is we can minimize those taxpayer costs anytime we can. And so even with this, any savings we could do, if it's, I don't want to spend money just for the sake of doing it. I want us to make sure that we're completely intentional, that we're truly improving experience and quality of life, which I think some of these things definitely do. Some of these things I question if they do. Great points, Jeff.
Feedback.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Knighton. I cannot stand the three buildings that exist there now. I'm so tickled to see those gone from this plan. No disrespect intended. I can't really speak to the spray ground. My kids never did it, but I can't even weigh in on it because I know a lot of people enjoy it. I could see Councilmember Palermo might not like that because he could be seen in the spray ground from the parking lot in this diagram. But that doesn't bother me. I like that this snugs this in a little bit. I feel like when I have been at that park in the past, I feel like it's a barricade to enter the park with those three buildings. I frankly, until this past spring, did not know what those buildings were for. I saw maintenance in one. I still don't know what the other two do. And I love the splitting the bathrooms off. That's an enormous park. So I really like the diagram. I'm okay with rearranging it to make it work more functionally. I think what we're talking about is not just Riverside Park 2.0. It's like 4.0. Like, let's bring it up a notch. Let's make it better. Let's take what we have that's existing that we can reuse and then modify and enhance the other areas. And I don't know if you have a comment on that. I have one other question. Can I run with it or?
Yeah, go.
On the right-hand side, down from the band shell, going up to the right toward that, yep, and then hang a right over to that overflow parking. Is that paved? Is that gravel now, paved now? What is that, a sidewalk type?
Yes-ish?
Okay, that's what all I
yeah.
could remember.
It is, I would say technically it's a gravel road over a culvert crossing right here.
Okay.
And so kind of what this material lands itself to be, I would say to be determined as we work on our calculations. But from our perspective, it's how are we connecting into the overflow lot from an operations perspective?
Right.
We have, a couple of different uses. As you mentioned, some of the building spaces that used to be here is maintenance support.
Yep.
And so we're trying to get that into what I'll call kind of the back of the house or back of the park over here. And this allows that maintenance support up here to where we started to tuck away dumpsters and some other components coming out of the back of the building. So those are some of the things that we're looking at operationally that help support the park. We also have a property line that essentially runs right down the middle of this parking lot where the church owns half of it and we own half of it. So we have that to contend with on our design features.
That was my next question, and rewinding back, and I'm sure there are more. I think RCM had a big event, but not with so many vendors, and then Juneteenth, Reverend Jenkins had a huge event this summer, and I'm just thinking about that overflow parking being an excellent spot for vendors to park, and thinking about them hauling their things in and out. I know you can do that from the front entry also, but just considering that as another alternative, maybe not for a pickup truck, but maybe so.
Right.
Maybe it's one way, or there's a designated vehicle or something, but, excuse me, where you could get in and out efficiently for vendors, or for entertainment, for that matter.
Yeah, I think the way that we've kind of sketched this out right now is if you had a larger van that was dropping off equipment to the stage, you would actually pull in through the overflow lot and then back your way down this driveway in order to offload, and then trying to have almost like an offloading deck around the stage area. And then you could pull back out of the parking lot, either hang a right and get out, or come straight through and then drop off into the parking lot with some removable bollards here in that location. So we've tried to start to anticipate some of that movement and loading and offloading in the park design.
Good, thank you.
Councilmember Vanstrom.
I love America because we can all look at something like this and disagree. So that's the greatest thing. But now that you're neutral, you won't mind leaving the spray ground right where you put it. Because I think it makes incredible sense to cool your kids off when they're on the playground, go back to the playground. And I love that new design. One of the things that I really thought was inviting when we first started looking at this project was the float or bike concept, where you go from one park to the next. Maybe you're floating, you get off and you go up into this park and you hear some music and you can grab a bite to eat. So I just want to make sure that we are looking at food options that are not just a wrapped stale ham sandwich.
Yeah.
I think there will be some demand for it. You also have the events going on. If you have a constant location for food distribution, you're going to get used during concerts and things like that. My final question is alcohol sold or allowed at our parks? I know down at Azalea, there's that area with the Natahalia. How does that work?
So we've authorized it under certain circumstances as it relates to Riverside. It's authorized with city events. The beer garden, we authorized our concession operator. And so in our minds, we're looking at, as we start to redevelop these park areas, is to consider that as part of our permanent authorization. And then there's some future policy decisions and some regulatory things that we need to address and deal with to make that work and at least consider it. But from a design conceptual perspective, we haven't eliminated that off the table, and we're working on accommodating it. But we also don't want to get ahead of council commission on what do those policies look like, and in what direction will you give us in driving that?
Yes, Councilmember Beeson.
To piggyback on Councilmember Hill's point, I also believe that that expanded access driveway, if you were to widen it just slightly and make the rain garden a triangle shape instead, you could actually make the access road slightly abut the event lawn space. So if you wanted to bring food trucks in, to Councilmember Palermo's point, if I'm hanging out there with my kids, or I'm watching a concert, or they're doing a beer garden, I want to be able to just shift over slightly to get a sandwich, as opposed to having to walk all the way back up to the parking lot to be able to access those things. Secondarily, Also, to reiterate several points on the outdoor classroom space and the inclusion of the memorials, I also like that as well. But I do have a question on the playground. I do appreciate the nature play options for both parks. A concern that I have is how inclusive the playground is going to be for children with mobility issues or disabilities. The spray ground, I go there often. I have little kids. I enjoy playing in the spray ground, so I will own it. I appreciate the fact that that is something that is easily, you can wheel into it. If you have limited mobility options, it's easy enough to access. That's not necessarily reflective in the current play spaces. And I appreciate the natural playground for the Riverside, for the Azalea property. But at least with Riverside Park having a much larger play space, maybe including some more inclusive options for playing.
Yeah. A couple of just comments is, yes, we agree in those designs. We've incorporated those universal access concepts at the ACN property, so we have the ability to get mobility challenge and even people in chairs into almost all areas of the play space. There's a sand pit at the bottom that makes that a little bit more challenging, but the vast majority of it you can, or there's components of it that allow for inclusionary play so that kids that have mobility issues can also play with kids that don't. And that's part of the value design that we have there. I missed one of Councilmember Vanstrom's questions that I just want to go back to is part of the component is rebuilding this dock. And you had asked about how do you get from Don White here and then potentially down, and how do you get out of the river area and then up to this park space. And so this becomes your access area. We have an existing dock there that is not in great shape. And so the project design includes reconfiguring that space and then replacing that altogether and then creating that access path of travel up into this area. And vice versa, you could park here and then essentially launch a boat from this location as well, assuming that you can carry it or wheel it down there. And then, did I answer all of your comments or questions? Sorry.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, a great reminder, and I think, Lee, you said it well. So the overarching piece on this, and I've got a bunch of minor stuff, but the overarching piece, I think, which is so critical at the end of the day, is this has got to be, Lee said it, and I really appreciate, Mike, how you kind of identified all these pieces. Like, is this worth the money? Are we going to spend, if we're going to spend this money, we got to end up with 4.0. Not 2.0, but 4.0. And I think that's the driving emphasis. Like, we just can't forget that. And we, to your point, we're not spending money to spend money. We are coming like, all this has got to be of consequence. So a couple minor pieces, questions. So I'm looking here at the interpretive gardens going to the outdoor classroom. That is going to be all rebuilt? Is that pathway going to be redone?
This section of the pathway here?
Yes.
I don't have the condition of it in my mind, but if it needs to be done, then yes.
It's not, I mean, it's not terrible. But I know you're going to redo the dock, so this is my first point.
Yeah.
So the Mac Henry Brown piece would be up there close to the outdoor classroom.
Yes.
So just a question. So Mac Henry was actually found close to where the dock is going to be rebuilt.
That's my understanding, yes.
So if there's going to be more traffic driven there, ultimately, and this is a question, and I don't know where this falls in terms of the people that, is it a thought to maybe move the Mac Henry Brown marker to there because there might be more people there to see it?
Yeah,
Just a thought.
Yeah, we can leave that question open as we go.
Because that's actually where he was found, so maybe that might be more appropriate. This is a ridiculous question, I think particularly to the two young parents. So I love the little spray ground. I don't go, I just, it's so fun. And I'm looking at this picture here and I'm going, okay, is the new spray ground going to be as accessible and fun? That's my question. I know it's a dumb question, but is it going to be as fun for the kids?
Right. Is it going to be that destination where people want to decide that they come because it's a fun place and their kids are asking to come as opposed to the parents making them go?
Yes.
That would
Yeah,
be-
so that's a question I have.
Can I raise a challenge or consideration related to that as well? You mentioned the cool aspect of you want to be something where when the spray's off, you can use that space. However, one of the things I think people like about the spray ground is especially with the young ones, how it's fenced, so the kids are contained. They're not running off into the cars or wherever, so.
You're just not, you mean the creative solution of safety,
Yeah,
containment, something?
exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point. How much terrace seating are we actually planning on? I mean, it looks very small, like a teeny footprint, and that's a valuable component potentially to the space. So how much terrace seating are we looking at?
I don't have a linear foot sense. I think, it's probably drawn about 100 to 150 linear feet, sort of, give or take 60 on each side of the entry plaza.
I think about, and I'm not suggesting this is a solution, obviously the Greenville piece, you know, the kind of the built-in wall seating there, you know, now I know this is not, doesn't have quite the height.
Yeah.
But I know this is terrace, but obviously, the more terrace seating, the better, I would think. Or at least a significant, you know, the more the better.
Yeah, and I
Turn the
think that's
games
what we were.
lot into more terrace seating.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what we were driving at here, is how do we create some potential elevation behind what is kind of your traditional event space?
So Lee kind of mentioned it, so I loved how you answered it. It's kind of both-ish, you know, gravel, you know, but yeah, it's what it is. And I guess that was my question on both of the walkways, the one in the middle from the overflow parking, which is really kind of in a mess right now. And then this one, and I like Sarah's perspective as well, is like, obviously if you get bigger, if there are bigger bands coming here, you're gonna need more space, right? So they can get in and out. But also, what's our plan for these two pathways between the overflow parking and Riverside Park?
These sections here.
Yes, sir.
So this one is more facilitating pedestrian traffic in between the two parking lots. So if you're parked in the overflow lot, you can either take this path of travel, or if you're potentially walking down this sidewalk, you can pop through here. We also have some pavilions that are located right here, kind of off of the park facility. I think that's kind of a to be determined. We're
It
not
looks
quite-
like you've moved one of them, actually. The one on the top is where that one is, that's not that far up north, I don't think.
Yeah, these two currently do not exist. There's a really large one right about here.
Yep.
And we've moved that over here next to the playground as we start to look at kind of how that's being programmed and potentially used. So we moved those two pavilions over here. It supports this kind of overall rental operation and access into spray ground and playground. But we also wanted, or at least considering, do we have some more passive pavilion spaces up here at the top area where people could still rent? Maybe they're not part of the big activity that's happening in that day and they want a space to be. This could potentially facilitate that kind of just hangout space, family space in that location.
Last question for right now, Jeff. What happens to no man's land? So let's take me down the outdoor classroom path, and let's come underneath Highway 9,
Down here.
this pathway.
By half marathon.
Exactly. That's kind of nowhere's, what are we doing there?
So it's not part of this overall scope. T-Splosh 2 has provisions for improvements to the Riverside Trail components. And so we've looked at costing for redoing that elevated boardwalk section to a little bit safer path of travel, including probably some more concrete elevated systems like you'll see at some of our other parks and facilities. That area floods quite substantially.
All the time.
And so it's really about facilitating the bike and ped traffic in a safe way underneath Highway 9, but it is not included as this current scope.
So we do need to kind of solve for that equation, don't we, from a connected, because we lose connectivity a lot.
Correct. Yeah, and so what we've done on the, at least concept side, is figuring out how we change out that boardwalk system and then have it a little bit higher so that we can facilitate traffic when it's not flooding quite as bad, say it that way.
And of course, the area not including the boardwalk,
Right.
directly underneath the bridge.
That whole vegetated area.
Yes.
Yeah, that's more of kind of an invasive plant management conversation.
No, I mean the walking path that's not part of the boardwalk. That's no, you know,
Yes, so
the
that-
boardwalk ends and then it becomes concrete path,
Right,
and that floods a lot.
correct. So it's, again, not part of this scope, but we're well aware of that, and there's provisions in T-Splosh 2 to tackle that.
Okay, what's timing for that?
We don't have that sketched out at this point in time.
So just a suggestion, maybe that needs to be somehow congruent with,
Okay.
if we're gonna do this,
Keep working that.
yeah, we need to solve for that equation.
Okay.
All right, are we ready to move forward to Don White?
Don White. So
All right.
existing conditions at Don White. Some of the master plan components, I won't read all of those. Removing of the existing buildings, probably the biggest one. I want to talk about volleyball. This second bullet point out of the 2016 master plan. And so you'll see that in our concept drawings of what is our recommendation as we sit right now with volleyball component that is highly popular in that park and facility. So what we're proposing to council, and I'll just tackle it right now, is consolidating the volleyball in this location. Not eliminating it as called out in the 2016 master plan. We have made provisions for that in this location. And I'm going to just stop there so that we can have some feedback on where we're headed.
In fairness, I appreciate staff saying that and doing that, but this mayor and council has discussed that same thing in this room and having concerns with moving away the sand volleyball there. So I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I do remember this council agreeing with that point.
Sure.
You're like the Riddler. Did you just say you
I actually,
want to do the
I
sand
love
or
this
you
plan,
don't?
yes.
Okay,
I
you
want.
do.
He's saying,
I love
don't
this.
screw with the sand
Yeah,
volleyball.
don't mess with the sand
Okay, I should have
volleyball,
just
yeah.
had you translate. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but yes,
Yeah.
sand stays.
Yes.
Okay.
I think this is a fantastic plan that is a great improvement.
All right, so I'll hit some of the other components, but it's important because it's a deviation from the 2016 master plan. And so I just want to make that abundantly clear to this mayor and council and anybody that's watching, that is a deviation that we're proposing as part of our concept here. The other, I would say, component that is a little bit of a shift, and this still needs to be fleshed out with our transportation colleagues, is if you'll recall, if you've ever driven in the park, the actual park trail alignment happens at the bottom of the driveway right here. And what we're proposing, at least conceptually right now, is moving that trail up closer to the entrance of the park. The challenge that we have actually right now, and I've just recently learned this, is the way that this transition happens at the bottom, it prevents larger vehicles like buses or any sort of trailered vehicles from transitioning in this location, because the buses bottom out at that location because of the way the trail transitions with the slope. And as we talk about transitioning people up and down the corridor, potentially with, these are all open on the table, but busing coming up from Azalea and dropping people off here at this location if you've rented and parked here, or if we're looking at other transportation-related options and we want to bring longer vehicles like buses down into this to drop people off, we want to facilitate that in the design. We've got to work on that entrance and approach. It's a fairly steep hill coming off the road, but now is the opportunity to try to tackle that to facilitate as much movement for vehicles coming in and out of this area as possible. Sounds like there's a question, so I'll stop there on that point as well.
Yes, Councilmember Palermo?
So that makes sense. A question I have is, if you're looking at moving that trail further up and therefore closer to Riverside Road, I guess my question would be, why wouldn't a portion of it not actually be right there, but actually a portion of it be multi-use trail that's on Riverside, in which case you're now having more green space here and just having a multi-use trail that kind of intertwines between Riverside Road and more into the park. Just, there could be good or bad reasons for that. I just kind of raise it as a question.
Yeah, and we're scheduled with RDOT to talk about Riverside Road improvements right after the first of the year, and this will be one of our touch points on that. Sorry, was there another? No. Couple of other components: reconfiguring the parking, facilitating the throughput for support vehicles of trying to get boats with trailers. This is internal to our operations, dropped off here at this existing building in the future building, and then up and down this driveway. This would be interior to the park, meaning it would be our staff only kind of facilitating this movement, or potentially our concession operator staff. We also have the challenge of getting boats down to this location, especially large boats, and so we're facilitating some movement here. This is the area where we have left ourselves the provision that if we're moving the building from A Sand to Don White, we've calculated that building location here. And so as we're tackling this, we have the provisions for an expanded building footprint that could have been at A Sand, could also be here at Don White. That is not funded as part of the bond projects, but it is included in our provisions of calculation for the park design and impervious surface. those are the major components of Don White as it relates, looking at some boat launch components, which you'll see right down here by the dock to facilitate easier movement. The transition off the dock can be challenging with the velocity, so that's why we're looking at this concept to get people down to the river a little bit easier. We recognize that that also comes with some challenges for maintenance, but think that it's worth it to get people into the water and facilitate that movement in a quality and safe way. It also allows some easier mobility opportunities to get down to the river this way as well. Just as a note, kind of looking at some other concepts of aerial adventure play, that really hasn't been flushed out. It probably wouldn't be part of the design, but looking at some different components of how are we driving people into different park facilities with some exciting destination park amenities.
Councilmember Palermo.
When you say moving the structure, is that the yellow house? Or what?
No, we'll talk about the yellow house in a minute.
Okay, so what's the structure you're talking about?
That's
moving?
it's at the Don White building, so the volleyball court right now, there's one of the volleyball courts right here. This is the old house, or it's not that old, but it's a house that NOC operates out of. So if you were to arrive at the park and want to rent a raft or a tube, you would do it out of this building, which is an old house there on the property.
Okay.
We've modified for operational uses.
Okay, gotcha,
It's out of the floodplain, which is the advantage of that location for future building operations.
gotcha. And also, we're going back to the sand volleyball, I was speaking for this committee because I remember we had that exact discussion. I definitely don't want to be speaking and have no idea where Councilmember Beeson stands on sand volleyball staying there.
I'm good on sand volleyball. It's fully supportive.
Councilmember Hills.
The loop in the center for boat access, is that for NOC or for the purveyor that's doing that, or is that for public to get their boats
That
down?
would just be operationally for our concession
Okay.
operator.
I was questioning the width, but it's hard for me to gauge how.
Yeah, it'd be tight, and, we're working on the design piece. The intent is really to facilitate that circular movement in and out, and, as it's drawn, it's definitely not to scale. But it would only be for really park operation related drop-off.
Got it. And I love the sand volleyball, love the sand volleyball, and I think 4.0 on that is much needed, so it'll be well received.
Mayor Wilson.
Jeffrey, personal privilege here.
Sure.
My second favorite place to run, next to the pavilion on where Peter lives on Riverside, is this little area that floods out from time to time, that we had the sewage issue on.
Right.
And it looks like I'm gonna lose it. Because now it's gonna be a boat dock road.
This right here?
Yes, sir, this lower path, take it to your left,
This.
right? That goes back up to, that's that little cut, you come off of the pavement and then you go down this, it's all path. And then it ties back into the other park over here. That little area there is absolutely gorgeous, stunning.
Yeah, there wouldn't be any vehicle movement through this location.
That's okay, but you're gonna lose your cut through. You're not gonna be able to run through there anymore, are you?
Yeah, we're talking the frequency of potentially this vehicle movement is very infrequent. We're talking maybe a couple of times a day of getting equipment from storage down to this location and back out.
So it's not gonna be, it's still a path.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it's a path that can support vehicles, not a road that is used as a path.
okay,
Does that make sense?
it does. And it looks like, and all of this, so back, to Councilmember Palermo's point on the last part, so where's the bang for the buck? Like the aerial adventure place, but the nature trail, the expand fitness loop trail, like this still lower path, that lower path is there today, correct?
Yes. It's a little rough down in this area,
Yeah.
but it's there. It's using the same alignment.
Okay,
This little nature path is not. We've got some components of trying to get people into the natural environment, but this would be truly a nature trail. Think wood chips, very low impact, but the ability to kind of get into this area to check it out.
Councilmember Vanstrom.
I think what's interesting, look at all the different parks, and it comes back to the mayor's comment on the boat launch that's at Azalea. We need that boat launch at Azalea because it's where we want the bigger boats to go, and not mucking up these smaller boat launches that we have at these other parks. So I think it really, you look at the whole scheme of it, that, I think that boat launch needs to stay where it is and be as functional as it is. And by the way, I'm by there all the time, and there's a steady use. Yeah, it's steady use. It's not a lot. It's, there's boats going in and out of it. I have a question along the shoreline. You show vegetation again. That area down there is so popular, all grassed in, that people hang out and get some sunshine and they're looking down at the river. It's almost like a beachfront, but it's grass. Is there a problem because of the flooding to keep the grass there, or does it? And I know this is just conceptual, so I guess what I would just say is,
Yeah.
it's really cool to leave that open so that people can enjoy the river, and that seems to be a spot they like.
Yeah, and I think as you start to look at some of these components where we're trying to create, armoring the riverbank in a way that creates the opportunity to really get down onto the shoreline as best as possible, we've implemented that component at A-Stand in a couple of different locations. And to Jacob's point earlier of, we're showing vegetation in this location, but kind of I'll call the make and model of that vegetation and how it interacts with the environment, and we'll continue to work our way through that to maintain the view sheds where possible, where the access. We really want the river to be relevant to the park system in the areas that we can. Riverside Park, you're never going to be able to get that. There's too much vegetation in the space. But in these areas, that is.
Yeah, and that's the only space that there's grass. And then the final comment I have is thank you so much for all this. It looks terrific. But that aerial adventure play, there's something more that could be here that's a little more of a bang, that's a pop, that invites people to want to go to this specific park.
Okay.
There's just something. And maybe it isn't an aerial adventure play, but you've got some land over there, do something interesting. Maybe it's your zip line. I don't know, but something.
Okay. Just want to cover the question regarding the
One
yellow.
quick question.
Oh, sorry.
I think Councilmember Morthland wanted to weigh in or had a question.
And to go with what Peter is talking about, if the high adventure aerial play is not something, I know the Ninja playground is highly popular, just as something else to throw in the notes there.
Okay.
Councilmember Palermo, so we're at A-Stand Phase 3, Phase 1, Phase 2, currently funded and moving through that process. As it relates to Phase 3, the yellow house you had a question on. So we're really looking at how are we accommodating dredge, and this goes back to the dredging operation. And that's been a little bit more flushed out. If you recall, the last conversation that we had about dredging is, what are the potential impacts related to Phase 1, Phase 2? We've been able, kind of through our work so far, to carve out this area for supporting of the dredging operation, located on Phase 3, with access coming off of Phase 2, but not impacting the Phase 2 design. That also includes the yellow house up here along Riverside Road, and it's just listed as a to be determined. We've talked about it a few times that we just haven't made that decision, or the council hasn't made that decision on where we're headed. We have accommodated just conceptually some parking support in this location so that we're doing our calculations related to impervious impacts, and then started to look at potentially some trail access. The question that we have right now is, even with accommodating dredge and dredge operations along the river, we may be able to bridge over some of their piping hardware that still allows people to access the area in this way. So we can offset the dredging operations here in this footprint and then potentially continue to have recreational access in some areas and do that safely when the park is being used for multiple uses. So these are the kind of concepts that we're working out. That's essentially our report back on where we are in the spatial analysis. And we're still working our way through the RFP process with dredge operations. We expect some report back in more details right after the first of the year for council on that.
Yes, Councilmember Palermo?
Thank you. So I definitely think it's important and valuable for Roswell residents that they do have the trails to run all along the river, with, whether running, riding a bicycle, just a great nature route. And so I think it's important, even with potential dredging opportunities, that's not being hindered. And regarding the yellow house, I obviously had opposed or wanted to delay the staff plan demolition of that. And the reason being is it's the exact philosophy I mentioned earlier and the mayor reiterated. It's just at the time, I didn't understand where the bang for the buck for the residents of it being torn down was, in which case, if if you come forward and you say, hey, here's a great benefit to the Roswell residents, that spending the money to tear that house down is gonna improve the quality of life for the Roswell residents, then I support getting rid of that house. If it's just that, because it just doesn't seem like it fits there or whatnot, then that's where I would rather save the money, and that's a potential place to be selling things. You know, I think one of the residents was bringing up whether it be ice cream, beer, whatnot, just, not that I have any opinions on what that should be, it's just anything we're gonna spend money on, I wanna make sure that there's clear value to the residents for that.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions from mayor and council? Mr. Leatherman, do you, yes, Council Member Morthland.
We have gone through all the parks, correct?
Yeah.
So real quick, back to the first park, and I don't know if they're not, we're talking about building new buildings, and it just dawned on me that the Roswell Fire and Rescue does access the river for everything they need to access the river, as does the National Park Service. I'm thinking if we're building a building down there, is it possible to add a storage component for the actual boat instead of us having to trailer it from the fire station that houses it now for response times, emergency services, everything? It's already there. All we gotta do is get the crew there instead of get the crew plus the boat through all the traffic. You know, that, it just all of a sudden clicked. It would make sense if we're building a building, let's dedicate some space for that boat storage, if fire and rescue would like that.
Sure. Okay. All right, thank you. Any further questions or comments? At this point, Mr. Leatherman, do you have the guidance and direction from mayor and council at this point that you need to move forward?
Yes, sir, and I want to thank everybody for your feedback. It's tremendously helpful this early in the process to make sure that we're meeting expectations as we go, so thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. That does conclude the Administration, Finance, and Recreation and Parks Committee meeting. Do I have a motion of adjournment? Motion to adjourn by Councilmember Vanstrom. Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Hills. All in favor? All right. We will continue to move forward.
Congratulations, Sarah. First committee meeting.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. We've got a lot more
Don't
to
get
go.
too comfortable.
1 minute. That's why you can't give them 5 minutes. All right, as we reconvene. All right, as we come to order this evening, good evening and welcome to.
Need a gavel. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, there's some rude councilmen and staff over there. I'm very sorry, Mr. Chairman. Look at them. They're very ashamed of themselves. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your assistance. Good evening and welcome to the Public Safety and Public Works Committee meeting. And by way of information, since our December schedule is condensed this month, we'll have this committee meeting and another. And for purposes of the meeting minutes and the attendees and viewing audience, I'll provide a summarization of the opening statements. Certainly want to acknowledge the council members who are here, elected body, Mayor Kurt Wilson, Council Member Michael Palermo, Council Member Peter Vanstrom, Council Member Sarah Beeson, Council Member G. Lee Hills, and Council Member William Morthland. The purpose of committee meetings are for the city departments to convey information to city council and discuss initiatives listed on the published agenda, as well as provide updates essential to the operation of city government. By ordinance, the mayor and city council serve as committee members, as well as the city administrator, and city administrator serves as chair of the meetings. This is a public meeting, but not a public hearing. And so, although we certainly do welcome the public here this evening, we do not take public comments unless specifically authorized during committee meetings. Public comments or questions are taken at our regularly scheduled city council meetings, as well as our fifth Monday open forum. We do encourage our citizens to engage our online platforms and contact staff if you have any questions, as well as utilize the city's web service portal. The first item on the agenda for this evening is the approval of the minutes of the November 15th, 2022 Public Safety and Public Works Committee.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Hills. Second by Councilmember Morthland. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We will note for the record that Public Safety Fire, we do not have any action items. Under Public Safety Police, item number 2, consideration of a resolution to accept the 2021 Project Safe Neighborhoods Community Policing Micro Grant in the amount of $10,286.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
I second Councilman Vanstrom's motion.
Second.
Yeah.
All right, we do have our grants team and our police chief, our award-winning grants team and our police chief here as well. However, Seeing that you have already
Certainly open to any questions
thoroughly
this
read the
committee might have,
document.
or,
You've thoroughly
or if
read the
staff
document.
definitely has something they want to make sure is shared before the vote.
Since you've thoroughly read the document, and I did have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Any statements?
Any statements from the staff at all?
Yeah, this is just a grant from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council and the U.S. Attorney's Office to foster trust and legitimacy between the police department and the youth in our community.
All right, thank you. Any further comments? Any further questions from mayor and council? Seeing none, we do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. The second item, or item number 3, excuse me, consideration to fund the new ICAC detective equipment and supplies in the amount of $15,000. Chief Conroy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. With me is Major Ken McRae. He's the commander of our Criminal Investigation Division. As you know, the Mayor and City Council funded 2 additional ICAC, that's Internet Crimes Against Children's detectives, during this year's budget cycle. We accounted for salaries, equipment, and vehicles for them. However, these are specialized positions. They require a little bit more than what our normal detective carries, so we're asking for a one-time infusion of $15,000 to cover expenses for $3,100 for specialized certifications, $6,000 for specialty computers, and $5,900 for the normal outfitting from a detective. We're asking that this funding come from the Automated School Enforcement Program, which is money that is earmarked for law enforcement.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions or comments from mayor and council? All right, seeing none, do we have a motion? Motion by Councilmember Vanstrom, second by Councilmember Hills. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All right, passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the major sold us on that one.
All right, under Public Works, item number 4, consideration for the mayor and/or city administrator to sign a contract with Yancey Brothers Company to purchase a skid steer for the Roswell Recycling Center in the amount of $63,285. Ms. Izo.
Thank you. We're coming to you this evening with a request to purchase a new skid steer for the recycling center. This is a little unusual insofar as we typically budget for these in advance. This was budgeted in one of the out years. And unfortunately, the skid steer that we have is not repairable, and it is something that's critical to our operations. I did ask Nick Pizzella to join us here this evening in case you have any detailed questions, because typically we can handle these things through budget. So this is a budget amendment to purchase this vehicle today.
Yes, questions of mayor and council?
Just a statement, 100% behind this ASAP.
Thank you, sir.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Palermo, second by Councilmember Hills. Any further discussion? Seeing none, seeing none. All in favor? Thank you very much. Passes unanimously. Item number 5, consideration for the mayor and/or city administrator to award a contract to standby engineer Hazen and Sawyer to provide engineering design services for Ashbury Park Drive for the City of Roswell stormwater utility in the amount not to exceed $55,427.50. Mr. Watson handle that one? All right, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Knighton. The purpose of this project is to provide an engineering solution to a 30-inch corrugated metal pipe that has failed between 2 residences, about 38 feet between the 2 residences. We actually put, basically all we want to do is replace in kind the infrastructure here. We put it out to bid twice. We've received no bids from contractors. So what our thought is that the contractors are not bidding on it because it is a little bit risky, and that they're probably wanting an engineered solution behind it, so an engineered stamp set of drawings. So we have our set of on-call engineers. We invited them to come and give oral presentations about solutions that they might have. We picked the engineer that we thought would do the best, and then we entered into a negotiation of, provide us a proposal, and the best proposal was Hazen and Sawyer. This was our highest ranked project on our CIP list, so we've been trying to get this done for quite a while, so we are anxious to get moving forward. Any questions?
Questions, Mayor and Council? Yes, Councilmember Vanstrom.
So you put this out to bid and nobody will respond?
Correct. It's, we have, this might be a better picture here. The failed pipe that is between these two homes has caused a sinkhole. We've been going out for over 6 months and just compacting, putting more dirt into the hole because we haven't been able to get somebody out there to repair it. So it obviously is a safety issue, which is the reason it is the highest rated project on our CIP list. And although this is a fairly simple replace in kind job, just the fact that it is where it is, the proximity to the homes, it is deep in some places, up to 10 feet deep, so we'd have to go down at least 12 to 15 feet. It's a risky project, so contractors like to be able to say, that person over there designed it for me. And so we're having to spend a little bit of money to get that little extra insurance.
Thanks. All right, thank you. Any further questions, comments? Yes, Councilmember Beeson.
So to clarify, this is a City of Roswell water pipe?
This is correct.
Okay. Stormwater pipe. Yeah, that's what it is, stormwater pipe. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further questions or comments? All right, seeing none, we'll entertain a motion. Motion by Councilmember Palermo.
Motion to move this forward.
Second by Councilmember Vanstrom. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All right, thank you. Passes unanimously. Item number 6, consideration for the mayor and/or city administrator to award a contract to standby engineer Hazen and Sawyer to complete a lead service line inventory required by the lead and copper rule for the City of Roswell water utility in the amount not to exceed $91,254. Ms. Izo?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Chris Boyd, who's our water utility manager, and he's going to introduce this item to you, and we also have the consultants here.
And just real quick, sorry, we did have a slight change in the presentation, so hopefully you all got a copy of that handout. Okay, let's make it.
So, good evening. The purpose of this project is to develop a complete lead service line, really a service line inventory of all the Roswell water utility service area. This is a new requirement under the EPA's lead and copper rule revisions that went into effect in December of 2021. So we've invited Hazen and Sawyer to give a high-level presentation on what the requirements are in the new lead and copper rule revisions. And with me tonight is Robert Bush and Beavis Pagat. And I'll let them go with the presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And good evening, Mayor, council members. Thanks for allowing us to present on this topic. And we've put together kind of a high-level presentation to brief you all on the lead and copper rule, and then a high-level review of our scope. I don't think our presentation will be quite as exciting as the parks improvement, but bear with us through it. I'm going to be the project manager on this, and then Bevis Pajot is going to be the engineer. He's worked on several of these and will guide us through the presentation.
So again, as Rob Bush mentioned, my name is Bevis Pagat. I am a project engineer in the Atlanta office. I have worked in a couple of these with some local utilities here in the area. And tonight we're just going to give you a quick presentation, a kind of high-level presentation on the lead and copper rule revisions and some of the impacts that it's going to actually create. Hopefully I can get this to work. All right. So again, Bevis Pagat, worked here with Hazen now for 3 years, but I've been in the business for 14 years. As you can see, Hazen has a pretty broad experience in terms of lead and copper rule compliance. Becky Rosenfeld is our technical expert in lead and copper compliance and in the LCRR program development overall, and she'll be providing subject matter expertise in support of this project. So what has the water industry done over the years to address lead risks? In 1986, they banned, there was a national ban on lead. And then that was followed up in 1991 when the original lead and copper rule was actually promulgated by the EPA. Since then, there have been a number of small revisions to the rule, but the 2014, 2015 events with Flint, Michigan kind of prompted a more substantial revision to the rule, and that has led us here to the first major overhaul of the lead and copper rule since its promulgation in 1991. So the lead and copper rule revisions actually went into effect December 16th, 2021, and the compliance deadline is October 16th, 2024. Just a quick background on the existing rule as it stands now and the new requirements. So the existing lead and copper rule, the purpose of that rule was to protect public health and reduce lead and copper exposure, and also monitor corrosion control treatment. It established the 90th percentile action levels for lead at 15 parts per billion and copper at 1.33 parts per million. It required the first draw tap sampling in high-risk homes, so homes that had lead solder or lead service lines, and there were no requirements for pipe material identification. With the lead and copper rule revisions, that further reduces the risk of lead exposure and provides even more transparency to the public. It established a 90th percentile trigger level with lead at 10 parts per billion, and copper, the action level remained the same at 1.3 parts per million. It requires now a first and a fifth lead tap sample in high-risk homes. So again, these are homes that with lead service lines are going to be prioritized with these rule revisions. And then now the requirement is to actually inventory and identify service line materials, which is a substantial undertaking by any utility. So again, this is a shift in focus. Initially, the EPA were concerned with leaded solder and brass fixtures within homes. That focus is now shifted outside to the service line, which is the line that runs between the water main and the actual home or business itself. And now there's also this 5-liter sample requirement used to establish the presence or the absence of lead. As noted again, the water service line is the line that runs between the main and your actual home or business. In the past, or even now, we still use the meter box as kind of a delineation point between the utility side and the customer side of the service line. However, with the new rule revisions, the utility now has to identify the service line materials for the entire line, and that's the line going from the main, again, all the way to the home or business. So both the utility side and the customer side will be identified by the utility. So impact on utilities by these rule revisions. Each and every utility is going to be required to provide a service line inventory. There's a lead service line identification program that has to be developed as well. There's a lead service line replacement plan that requires developing to replace any lead service lines that are found. There's a sampling and monitoring compliance component as well that needs to be complied with. And now that sampling monitoring requirement actually extends to both schools and child care facilities. There's a public education and outreach portion that the utility is expected to provide. And then there are new corrosion control requirements that the utility now has to comply with under the rule. This is a compliance timeline that Hazen has used successfully with several of the utilities across the nation. We typically prefer a phased approach, where phase 1 is more like a data gap analysis and the framework, and working forward in terms of building that lead service line inventory. Phase 2 is the program development, and then phase 3 is actually implementation of that program. The compliance deliverables due by October 16th, 2024 is the lead service line inventory, the lead service line replacement plan, compliance sampling site selections, and a list of schools and child care facilities. And again, Hazen will be helping with that phase 1 portion of the overall program, which is building that service line inventory and developing an identification program. So just to summarize again, our scope is to help with the inventory and the identification action plan. The data that's gathered from the inventory will be displayed in a geospatial map that kind of identifies which classification your service connections are going to be clumped in. So there are 4 classifications: non-lead, lead, galvanized requiring replacement, and lead status unknown. And there's also another component where we'll be able to display that data in a dashboard that you can use to then follow up on any metrics that you'd like associated with that replacement program and action plan. Again, we are very thankful for the opportunity to be here tonight and to provide this update. Any questions at all?
Certainly, yes. Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Knighton. So how do you identify what the pipe is made of? Like, I'm just a regular old homeowner.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's really where the big challenge is. And the first approach is really this data analysis, like working off historical records that Roswell has, looking at, building codes to see when lead was basically ruled out as an option, and then also taking information from like subdivisions, the date of construction, and using that information to create subsets of either areas that likely don't have any lead or areas that could have lead. And then from there, you can use additional information, like if you've done capital projects in the distribution system, and they've identified areas that potentially have lead. So you go through really a kind of a data scrubbing analysis first and come up with a geospatial database that shows areas that likely have lead, and then you focus in more on those areas. Ultimately, it leads to, a verification process too, which is kind of that lead service line verification plan. So once you get down to that small subset, there's an approach to go out and actually either sample the water or dig up and inspect. So that's kind of the final result.
And then a follow-up. So once, let's say my house is identified to have lead or copper in the pipes, what happens to me as a resident? Like, what happens next?
Well, part of it, and the overall objective of this rule, and there's several parts, is to identify these lead service lines and then remove them and replace them with copper or non-lead.
Is that the homeowner's responsibility?
It's split partially between the utility and the homeowner, and a lot of those details on how it gets replaced are still being worked out with the EPA, the EPD. So the utility is currently responsible for identifying what the material is, and then once the replacement comes up, the homeowner at this point is responsible for replacing their portion of the service line. But there's also funding that's being made available under the bipartisan infrastructure law. That's, I think, $15 billion has been allocated for funding this program and the replacement of lead service lines throughout the nation.
So I just want to add to the question, to answering the question. So the inventory is the first thing that we have to have in place. We need to know what we have. Now, on the public side, we've got a lot of that information already. It's the private side of the meter, we don't have anything. And that's where we're asking to help with this, building this inventory to identify what were the plumbing codes at the time that the house was built, and start using some predictive analytics to determine, well, where do I need to send crews to do some random surveys? And knowing if one developer built all these homes, we do a random survey, everything's the same, then we can assume the rest of it's the same, whether it's copper, lead, galvanized plastic, whatever they put in, it's going to be pretty much identical on down the road. After the inventory is developed, and if lead is identified as a service line material out in the field, then what we have to do is come up with a lead replacement plan, which needs to be approved by EPD. Same with the inventory, the way we went about building the inventory gets approved by the state EPD. And one of the reasons that we chose Hazen, we went out to all 3 of our standby engineering firms and asked for proposals. And the proposals we got back, the reason we chose Hazen was their technical experience, their technical approach, the relationship that they've already established with EPD in working with other Georgia utilities. They're already in discussions with the compliance section for the lead and copper office out of EPD. and then also their expertise. You know, Becky has 20 years' experience in this field, Bevis has 14. We're looking for these experts to help us, because this is going to be a huge endeavor to have to search through records and then start looking at, I'm asking them, where do I need to go and start potholing? And when we go to pothole, we're potholing at the main, we're potholing 3 feet in front of the meter box, and we're potholing 3 feet past the meter box. The other thing that we'll be working on is customer surveys. Sending surveys out to customers where we think there might be lead, and having them identify what that material is coming into their home, and getting back with us so that we can start populating this data a lot faster as well. So there's going to be a public outreach component that they'll be assisting us with communicating to the public on what we're doing. We're trying to be very proactive and get the lead out of the system to protect public health.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. So obviously, this is a requirement, and even beyond it being a requirement, though, it is really focusing on safety, because it's my understanding, too, from a kind of what makes it a little, more scary is I feel it's pretty easy to see, lead pipes versus not, but apparently there could be a major negative impact, even if it's not lead pipes, but there was just lead solder used as well. So I think this is something that we definitely need to move forward, and definitely praying that there's not an impact, but again, it's a requirement we have to follow, and we have to take care of the safety of our residents.
Leading into the lead solder, so the way the rule reads is the utility is responsible to make sure that what gets replaced is from the main all the way to where the service line ties into the house. The lead soldering is usually occurring in the house, so if there's stuff going on there, that's going to be on really the customer, and we'll notify the customer if we find stuff and identify it. That's what we do with the lead and copper sampling that we do every 3 years.
Mayor Wilson.
Well, Mike, 3 words: blunt force trauma, a usual response from the federal government to a problem. That's what this is. This is blunt force trauma, dealing with a problem that could be handled in a much more manageable and logical way to affected areas. Is so far-reaching, but from a local perspective, are you sure you want to be in the water business with 18,000 customers? Because this is a nightmare. I can't imagine, this is a nightmare. It's across the board. So just simple questions, like, so how much inventory do you know to build in 2023?
We're gonna start with all the service connections. I think we've got 5,800.
So that's what I was afraid you were going to say.
But for the service connections, we'll be looking at services 1 inch and below, because lead wasn't made above 1 inch.
So to be clear, you got to look at all the service connections and build inventory for all the service connections, correct? So how does that, what's going to happen to pricing? Because every water system in the United States is going to be doing the same thing, correct? In 2023 at the same time. So the federal government has mandated this response, which is going to exacerbate pricing and inventory, lack of inventory, and yet you're responsible for a solution in 2023, which is going to be damn near impossible to execute on, because you won't be able to get the inventory because there won't be enough inventory. There's already a supply chain issue. They're going to dramatically impact the costs, and it's going to be damn near impossible to get the damn product.
It's just the inventory framework that's due at this deadline. So really the implementation and those components of the program go beyond October 24,
I'm with you.
2024.
It's not the replacement.
Yeah.
It's the identification, having the public-facing inventory of
And,
the system.
yeah, the replacement plan.
So at what point do you secure the inventory?
So once you identify, you have your service line inventory built, developed, public-facing, then the requirement under the rule is you have to have a plan to replace up to 7% per year.
7%, because it says build LSL inventory in 2023, right through May, asterisk, right? So you're just having to build it theoretically, is that correct?
It's the initial framework. It's kind of preliminary, and it's the inventory, evolves. It's a database, and as you go out and do the verification in the field and collect other information, you kind of whittle away. So you really get down to a subset of likely lead or lead unknown that you focus on. And, there's large portions of the service area that could be probably ruled out just knowing, the year of construction for a subdivision.
So related to identifying service lines, which is its own disaster in itself. What about, does this impact you having to quicker declare lines that are built in the 30s, 40s, and 50s that you don't have clarity of what they are today on main lines?
We would need to identify those service lines if they're not already within our GIS.
No, how about mains?
The mains are not tied to the service line inventory.
And they're not, they didn't construct lead. The lead piping's like 2 inches or less. It's small. And also our experience too is in the southeast US, lead wasn't used really that predominantly. And if it was just this short piece that they call the gooseneck that connects the distribution line to the home. So, you know, the likelihood of there being lead service lines is, we think, pretty low in the southeast and for Roswell.
The one thing I can say, I'm not going to say there's no lead in our system. What I can say, in the 18 years I've worked for the water utility, I have yet to see a lead service line on the public side of the main. Again, we just don't know what's on the customer side of the meter.
So this inventory really identifies the subset of potential areas, and with that, you're working with a really smaller group.
So the lesson is for the 18,000 residents who have Roswell water, they're in much better shape than the other 80,000 of us that are on Fulton County water are going to have to deal with Fulton County on the same issue. You folks that are on Roswell water, which we're not, who is on Roswell water? Yeah, you guys are lucky, because at least you got these folks working on your behalf. The rest of us are going to be stuck with the Fulton County trying to solve this problem, and that's going to be even more fun.
Yeah, all utilities.
That's what I'm saying, though. I would much trust, I have a much higher degree of faith in the city of Roswell's public water folks than I do in Fulton County. Sorry, no disrespect to Fulton County, but I'd much rather have them solve it.
All right. Any further questions, comments, or statements? Seeing none, we'll ask for a motion to move this item forward. Motion by Councilmember Palermo, second by Councilmember Beeson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That does conclude the Public Safety and Public Works Committee meeting for the evening. I will entertain a motion of adjournment. Motion by Councilmember Vanstrom, second by Councilmember Hills. All in favor? Thank you very much. All right, we will continue to move forward. We will transition here in just a moment. Okay. Thank you all very much. We will transition as we convene.
2 minutes just for them to reset the,
All right, we've got another committee meeting, so for those who wish not to attend. All right, for purposes of this committee meeting, again, I will, for purposes of the agenda and the minutes, I will provide a summary of the Community Development and Transportation Committee meeting, and certainly acknowledge our elected body, Mayor Kurt Wilson, Councilmember Michael Palermo, Councilmember Peter Vanstrom, Councilmember Sarah Beeson, Councilmember Geely Hills, and Councilmember William Morthland. And the purpose, of course, of committee meetings are for city departments to convey information to Mayor and City Council and discuss initiatives listed on the published agenda, as well as provide updates of vital information essential to the operation of government. By ordinance, the committee consists of the mayor and council and city administrator. And for purposes of committee meetings, the city administrator serves as chair. This is a public meeting, but not a public hearing. Therefore, while the meeting is open to the public, we do not take public comments unless specifically authorized by mayor and council. Public comments or questions are received at regular city council meetings at 7:00 p.m. on the second and fourth Monday of each month. as well as the fifth Monday in open forum. We do encourage citizens to engage our online platforms and our web service portal to receive information, and always, please feel free to contact our staff who is available to provide information to you. The first item on the agenda for the Community Development and Transportation Committee meeting of December 13th, 2022 is the approval of the minutes of the Community Development and Transportation Committee meeting of November 29th, 2022. Motion by Councilmember Vanstrom, second by Councilmember Hills to accept the approval of the minutes. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We do have one item under transportation, consideration for the mayor and/or city administrator to sign contracts for standby professional engineering services with Barge Design Solutions, Gresham Smith, KCI Technologies Incorporated, Michael Baker International Incorporated, NV5 Engineers and Consultants, SAM LLC, Terramark Land Surveying Incorporated, and VHB. Mr. Littlefield.
Good evening. Thank you. A little bit of overview. Due to our current standby professional engineering services expiring and the amount of work that we have coming up with T-SPLOST and the bond projects, a request was issued seeking statements of qualifications for qualified firms to provide professional engineering services to the City of Roswell Transportation Department. Experience was sought for transportation engineering and design, survey, and subsurface utility engineering. We received a total of 14 responses for design and 4 for survey. Staff evaluated the proposal. Sorry about that. Staff evaluated the proposal using the evaluation committee composed of representatives from the Transportation Department, Finance Department, and Environmental Public Works Department. It's just a list of completed projects that we've used on-call engineering for, standby professional engineering. And this, on the right-hand side, are active projects that we utilize standby professional engineering services for. Based on the assessment of proposals using qualifications-based selection process, the evaluation committee recommended the following firms. For transportation design, you can see Barge Design Solutions, Gresham Smith, KCI Technologies, Michael Baker International, NV5 Engineers and Consultants, and VHB. And under surveying, we chose 3. KCI, which also got the transportation design as well, SAM, and Terramark Land Surveying, sorry. In terms of these contracts, are 5 years, renewable every 5 years, and not to exceed $1 million annually. Sorry for the mess up at the end.
All right. That concludes your presentation, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Littlefield. Questions or comments from mayor and council? Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion to move this forward. Motion by Councilmember Palermo, second by Councilmember Vanstrom. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Just flagging, not unanimous.
I'm sorry.
I have an abstention.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Thank you very much for the record.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Under community development, item number 3, consideration of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code to Article 2, Section 2.26.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
you need to approve the minutes first on ComDev.
I believe we captured that in the, did we capture that in the first approval? Yeah,
My
we
bad.
did. Okay, we did.
My bad.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry.
All right, so under community development, item number 3, consideration of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code to Article 2, Section 2.2.6 to add redevelopment and to change the percentage of landscape open space in Articles 3, 4, 5, and 6 for the following building types: townhouse, walk-up flat, stacked flat, commercial house, single-story shop front, mixed-use building, general building, and civic building. Ms. Bromberg and Ms. Dybel.
Thank you, and good evening. Give me 1 second, let me get the files open. So as Mr. Knighton described, the first one that we're going to be discussing is regarding landscape open space. Because of the way that the Unified Development Code is structured with this information being provided in tabular form based on building type in the various zoning classifications, it does address changes in Articles 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then we also have some information that overlaps in Article 2 and Article 11 that we will read through as we go through the document. If I can get it to scroll. Maybe if I use the right one. Here we go. Okay, so the first thing we want to talk about is the actual definition that is provided in Article 2 regarding landscape open space. This is 2.2.6, landscape open space, letter A. Here it reads that landscape open space may include, but is not limited to, grass lawns, decorative planting berms, screening walls and fences, ornamental objects such as fountains, statues, and other similar natural and man-made objects, wooded areas and water courses, all of which are designed and arranged to produce an aesthetically pleasing effect with development. A required neighborhood compatibility buffer and/or a required stream buffer is considered part of this definition, and by that we're referring to city stream buffers, because in the next statement it reads that a required state stream buffer is not considered part of this definition, and that's because we don't have any control over authorizing any development in those state buffers. That falls to the Georgia Environmental Protection Division. The recommendation, based on the work sessions we've had over the past few months, is to add the word natural in front of grass lawns so that we can make sure that we're referencing natural grasses as opposed to synthetic turf, as well as to just remove the reference to ornamental objects such as fountains, statues, and other similar natural and man-made objects, just to avoid opening up these landscape open green spaces is what we intend them to be, to have other objects within them. So I'll pause real quick on that definition to see if there's any questions before I move on to the more complicated part.
Councilmember Vanstrom.
When you talk about artificial turf, is that impervious or non-impervious surface?
Technically, turf is an impervious surface.
One item I wanted to mention, I'm sorry, I didn't acknowledge Community Development Director Jason Gaines initially. Any further questions, comments? Okay, go ahead.
All right, so for the remainder of, well, actually, one more thing. As also under 2.2.6, we want to make the recommendation, because of the percentages we're going to be talking about in the tables, that a letter C be added, and this is regarding redevelopment. So the intent will be, and I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, but we're looking at talking about landscape open space, and those are requirements typically related to new development, but it also can apply to redevelopment. And so as a part of what we're looking at to encourage redevelopment and to expand our green space opportunities on new projects, redevelopment that does not meet the minimum requirements that we're going to discuss in these tables shall maintain their current percent of landscape open space as the required minimum. So for an example, let's say we have a development that is existing today. It has 10% of landscape open space that is available on the site today, but as a part of the changes we make, the minimum requirement is 20%. If they were to come in to do any redevelopment on that property, we would not require them to increase their 10% up to the 20%. They can, but their minimum that they'd be required to keep is the 10% that they have on site today. Any questions about that? Okay, so now we're going to get into the various changes in the percents, and it's a little bit easier to see that in tabular form. So I have the spreadsheet, which is in your packet, and I'm going to see if I can make this as big as possible to see. So across the top, we have our zoning classifications. And as you'll notice here down the left column, these are our building types. So there's not any changes recommended for the single family houses that you see here to the top. The changes that we're talking about are going to be for townhouses, walk-up flats, stacked flats, and then moving through our commercial districts. And these are all building types that today require the landscape open space.
The only exception to that is a part of townhouse development. For some reason, we're not entirely sure the history behind why. When you have townhouses that were in a residential zoning classification of RTH, RM2, or RM3, it was referred to as common open space with a percentage as opposed to landscape open space. Just for consistency's sake, because of the way our conversation is going, we are recommending that this common open space be changed to landscape open space. The text amendment as it's written does describe how that table will be modified. And then the percentages that are being recommended are of course shown in red. And that way we've got some common terms that are being used across all different building types as opposed to having to pick and choose which one it could be, which creates all sorts of confusion. So with townhouse, the recommendation across the board is to increase that landscape open space minimum required for new development from 20% to 40%. For walk-up flats, it's between 45 and 30% would be the new totals. For stacked flats, it's the same. It's either 45 or 30%, depending on which zoning classification you're in. And then for commercial house, single-story shop front, I've got these all here. The single-story shop front is 35% with 30 in the historic district. The mixed-use building, general building are both 35% in your commercial corridors and 30% in the historic district. And then civic building is 30% across the board until you get over into your office and industrial uses. Yes.
Can you just describe what the general building versus what was the other one?
So we have civic building, general building,
Commercial
mixed use.
house.
Yeah, so commercial house is basically exactly as it sounds. We have some residential structures that have been converted into retail or something. So it has a use called, or building type called commercial house. Single-story shop front is your single-story strip center, if you will, with maybe 3 tenants in it. It could be also much bigger than that. Your mixed-use building is just what it means. You've got some use on the ground floor and another on the top, whether it's retail to office or retail to residential. General building is basically anything else. It's a catch-all for everything. And civic buildings tend to be government buildings and churches, and maybe a few others. Yes, sir.
So a commercial house is already an existing structure.
You could build a new one if you wanted to, but yes, generally speaking, that would be an existing structure, yes, sir.
And that would not be, there would be no further requirement if they converted that to a business use.
Correct. You're welcome. If there's no questions on the percentages, there's one more piece to it.
Hold on one sec. Yes, Councilmember Beeson.
Walking through the percentages, where did the percentages come from specifically? Like, is there another city that we base this code off of, or where were the percentages from?
Sure, so we did do some research to see what other jurisdictions are doing, and it frankly is all over the place, not only in the numbers they use, but how they calculate it. Sometimes it's on building coverage, sometimes it's on landscape open space, sometimes it's impervious cover. And so as we've kind of debated what's the simplest way to make some adjustments, we landed on the landscape open space being kind of the most visible of being able to show the green space numbers. And as we looked at just some of the ranges, we started with a starting point of increasing all of them by 20%, just a flat rate, 20% across the board as a starting point for the conversation. And that was what we were asked to move forward with.
Follow-up question. Do you have any examples of the cities that was the numbers that they used?
We do have a bunch of stuff in research. I'm not sure that it's formatted necessarily to show you on the screen, but I'd be happy to provide it to you. It's kind of messy because of the way that they present it, but we can certainly share that with you. We did pull those numbers up and look at them, and this is not necessarily out of line with many of them, but it's maybe they've presented a little bit differently.
I was just curious in terms of if there are suburban metropolitan cities that are roughly 97,000 residents, like how apples to apples is it with Roswell?
Absolutely, and we did try to pick ones that are local to us because they may have similar design styles. And if I remember right, we also pulled in Marietta, Decatur, a few others like that that have some similar age and build out as well, in a mix of things, so that we had a variety that we were pulling from, and every single one of them presents them differently. So it's kind of challenging to compare and see how they are, but we could certainly present that. That's not a problem at all.
For clarity's sake, last question, is the percentage here defined is not inclusive of the building structure itself, not inclusive of parking structures, and not inclusive of anything that is not purely landscaped as defined in that previous edit.
Correct. So a great way to think about it is the inverse of this could be an impervious surface.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments at this moment? Okay, all right.
All right, so last little bit, let me go back to the Word file. In changing, the percentages for each item are spelled out, and that's why we did it in tabular form, because it's so much easier to follow. But when we get down to number, there's a few. When we get down to number 30, this is regarding 11.2.6, common open space. As I referred to earlier, there's a section that previously referred to RTH developments, townhomes and those with common open space. And this is the section where this comes into, and this is talking about subdivision development. And so of subdivisions of lots 10 or more in the zoning classifications of RS9, 6, 4, and RTH districts, then the requirement was you had to provide that common open space number that we were showing you previously. Because of the revision that we're recommending, where it would just be the RS9, 6, and 4 that would have common open space, makes a whole lot more sense just because of the layout of the developments, and then the RTH would then fall into the way the stack flats, walk-up flats, and commercial structures do. So that's the recommendation, that this goes with all of the above so that it all matches. And that concludes the changes related to this particular item.
Yes, Councilmember Vanstrom.
Is there any way to get an idea of how much of this land is sitting in Roswell? It falls under these categories, or just not just a percentage, but where are these wonderful assets that we have, and how much of it do we have?
And you're referring specifically to the new development that would be
Exactly, new development, not redevelopment, because it seems to me in my journeys around the city, there's an awful lot of redevelopment. I'm wondering what this impact really is.
Absolutely, we can certainly prepare that. I think there's a way that we can run a GIS analysis to figure out what parcels we have that don't have any impervious cover on them, since we have those data layers. I just need to enlist the services of some of our more experts on this to get that, but we could have that available for you and maybe give you a range of the parcel sizes and a count, and maybe a map that shows some of those locations for you, and we can have that prepared for you for initiation.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mr. Knighton. So, Ms. Bromberg, thank you for walking us through that. I actually see this as really exciting for the community, and based on so much feedback that we hear, because really what these percentage increases represent is maximizing green space. So the fact that we have, when we have grass, we have wooded areas, we have, trees, et cetera, there's a lot of residents that just don't like so often that's clear cut, that's completely changed and turned into developments that are just taking up a lot of the land. And so I think this is an exciting opportunity to really even just change the complete philosophy of what our zoning code currently represents, which was very focused on more intense development. And I think this is an opportunity to show really more of a focus on preservation of green space, or a better way to articulate that, of just a maximizing of natural space. And with it, so as you mentioned, you said you saw that these recommended, or these new numbers, would be in line with a number of different towns and cities out there, and that's great to hear. That being said, I think it is important that we're looking at really cities in the direction that we want to go. And the reason I say that is I would not just want to look at just purely based on location and size, because if we were to do that, then Sandy Springs would probably actually be one of the most similar. If we're purely just looking at population and looking at location, Sandy Springs is probably the number one best one to compare. And I can tell you right now, no disrespect to all my friends in Sandy Springs, but I have zero interest in having anything in our code and our future looking like Sandy Springs. And so I'd say Sandy Springs definitely has been a lot more intense with their development and their decrease in natural space and green space. So that's something for up, but I think great discussion. There is one part that I want to discuss. So I absolutely am a big supporter of what I saw presented with the percentages. But can we go to that section 3, I think it was, or it was a C. It was something that just mentioned that just basically something that's already developed and already has.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Pardon me while I scroll. Talking about here. with
C.
redevelopment?
Okay.
Yes.
It was right above 3. So perfect.
Yes.
So I think it is very important, and I'm very supportive that we have that properties that are already developed are somewhat grandfathered in. So I think that's important and beneficial, because just as I want to make sure that we're showing residents we're doing everything we can to maximize the current natural spaces, green space, wooded areas, et cetera, I want to make sure that we're absolutely not doing anything that's going to deter redevelopment on, frankly, some of our blighted properties and really heavy, intense properties. I want to make sure that we're absolutely almost really incentivizing and directing development towards those, because we really do need redevelopment on our, our blighted corridors, et cetera. There, we have, a lot of areas that are just a lot of broken up concrete, et cetera. And I guess my question for this committee, and it's one that, what's great about this too is if this committee chooses to move this forward, which I hope it does, I certainly will be supporting moving this forward to council. But if this committee chooses to move this forward tonight, then that means we'll move it forward to council for initiation. And if at initiation, the council decides to move this forward, it then goes to planning commission. It then goes to a first reading. It then goes to a second reading. So frankly, if committee moves this forward tonight, then that means there's going to be four more public meetings with public votes and public comments to discuss all of this. And the question I have both for this committee, as well as actually if this does get initiated, then a question I'd love to have for planning commission as well is actually regarding C. So again, I strongly support that there needs to be something like this that kind of grandfathers in and ensures that we're absolutely encouraging redevelopment in our blighted areas and currently already intense properties. But I guess the question is, would it be best if it's the current percent of landscape percent of open space? Or would it be best if it was the greater of the current percent of landscape open space, or say 10% or some number? And the reason I raise that is because today, let's just say you have on Highway 9, you have a property that's just 100% concrete. So you just have a property that's just 100% concrete on Highway 9 today, and we don't pass any new legislation. Then today, if they want to redevelop, then it would be based off whatever the current percentage is. Let's just say that's 10%, depending on what the purpose is. So basically, by us passing this, we'd actually be decreasing the requirement on that. And I think that's just a discussion that we should have. And again, I'd love to hear from the planning commission, because I could see arguments to both sides of it. I could see the argument, you know what? We should just make it whatever the current percent is, because frankly, a lot of those properties have not been redeveloping. We really do want to encourage developers to go to that. And if anything, this is creating an incentive for developers to seek after those more blighted properties that are already fully developed, fully concrete, et cetera. So that'd be the advantage for us to leave it as the language is written. And I could support that as long as this committee thinks that makes the most sense, as long as, planning commission doesn't have any recommendations that cast out on that. On the flip side of that, it could make sense to say the current percent, and we still just put a percentage, because again, if we have it as written, it will create the opportunity for 0 for something that's already fully blighted, already fully 100% concrete. I don't think this committee needs to decide that tonight, because again, I'm really looking forward to what the public will have to say at these different meetings, as well as planning commission. But I want to just raise that up as a question. So again, I'm prepared to support this tonight moving to council, whether we leave C as is, whether we add in another possible percentage in addition to just whatever the current is. But nonetheless, I think this will be an extremely impactful thing for residents that are frankly tired of so many just different trees and green spaces being turned into to more intense, heavy development. And I think residents would love to see that we're maximizing green space and natural space and still trying to keep the small town feel where we can.
Yes, Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Knighton. To respond to Councilmember Palermo, I love the incentivization of these blighted areas or 100% concrete. I would not want to deter someone from taking that opportunity and making it something great, but I would like to put some sort of provision in there. I'm not prepared to say exactly what that is this evening, but thankfully we have some time for that, but to gain some perspective in the community and from our peers, from one another. But to align with this mayor and council's vision of what the city will continue to look like and how that'll all be contiguous, and jive, for lack of a better word, instead of one-offs. I'd hate to see something go up on an all-concrete pad that doesn't look like anything that we're, trying to accomplish here. Just my 10 cents.
Thank you. Councilmember Vanstrom, I believe, yes, Councilmember Vanstrom.
Yeah, is there, the question was raised, like, where do these percentages come from? And I think we owe it to the public as we proceed to have a better idea of where the percentages did come from. And what our sister cities do have, and something more visual. If we have a 2-acre property that's 20%, what does it look like 40%? And I think that would help a lot, just in the process and in the discussion, because that's an area that immediately comes to my attention as well. Okay, you picked, we were 20, you picked 40. What does that look like? What is the benefit? And visualization would help.
All right. Councilmember Beeson.
To piggyback on that same point, like, for example, I'll use OR, which is office residential, as an example, which is increased, it's doubled from 20% to 40%. Hypothetically speaking, say I were building a 3/1. I wanted to do office on the bottom, 3 residential above. In addition to my parking spaces, in addition to my building, 40% of that property can be dedicated to just straight up sod, right? Cute. I mean, to me, in my head, I'm painting a picture of, I know a lot of folks have a knee-jerk reaction to something like the Catherine, where it's just a massive grass lot with some apartments behind it, which theoretically, if it weren't 100% apartments, that bottom floor could be commercial space in order to meet current requirements. But that's what that could look like. It's a massive grass lot with a building way back there, and we're meeting those requirements. Is that correct? Because there's no design standards.
That is correct.
Thank you. I do have one more follow-up question. In regards to, so for example, you're dedicating in some cases almost half of the property to landscaped space, whatever that interpretation of landscape could be some sod, could be some grass, could be some weeds. Are there any concerns regarding potential legal issues with circumventing private property rights or potential challenges with that?
Thank you. So the council has the ability to regulate. There are no, like, the property owner has rights, but they're subject to the overlay of the regulations that the city puts in place for the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. So because this council is making a determination on what that percentage is, these people haven't elected, if they own the property and haven't elected to build, they're subject to the rules at the time when they do build. So I do not think there is an issue, because you're looking at saving green space, which has been determined to be constitutionally defensible.
So green space is a broad term.
Open space.
Right, it's open space in this case, not necessarily green space. Because again, we would be having, as a city, having to justify and make the argument that it's for the health, safety, and welfare of a community to have a giant grass field or weed field in front of them, and that's somehow going to be more beneficial to their life and high quality. Conversely, the argument could be made, throwing it out there, that in order to maintain, fertilize, herbicide, pesticide, that landscaped space, you're actually doubling that requirement. I think oftentimes there's this misnomer that because an area is landscaped, it's somehow more environmentally friendly, and that's not necessarily always the case. So just putting that out there for the sake of it.
Councilmember Palermo?
So in the definition of open space, there's certainly other things as well. It mentioned wooded areas, a lot of different aspects. And I think throughout this process as well, if there's a concern with too much grass and instead interest for more plantings, more trees, that's obviously something this council could discuss, the planning commission could discuss. So I think that's a healthy discussion as well.
Mr. Davidson?
And so, just so you know, it probably wouldn't be all grass because we do have tree saves. We have design review board that reviews it. We have landscaping requirements already built into the code. This would just be one part of the development. There's other parts that go along with it. So the Catherine would not be allowed now anyway.
On that Catherine example, the original building, the original plans, that was not the original intent with what we ended up being. So that example of the grass right there is a good example of what she's referencing, Councilmember Beeson is referencing. But the simple fact of that being the example of what we need to be worried about, to your point, is no longer, is not applicable. So that's it.
All right, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Beeson?
For the point of clarity, so on the design standards and the specimen tree requirement, that makes the assumption that there are specimen trees being removed in the first place, correct? Not the addition of trees. So for the example, oh, go ahead.
Just as clarification, there are minimum tree requirements on development. So there's a minimum tree density unit that has to be met on the development, whether it's through existing trees or by planting trees. So to Mr. Davidson's point, there are, it is still possible, if you were to look at the total site in the example that you gave, that you could meet those requirements and still have a massive green lawn that would be.
There are
there in
loopholes,
front
is
it,
kind of
right?
my
So
point, yeah.
There are, for example, there are landscape requirements between the streets and parking lots. There are other things that DRB does, Design Review Board does have control over, and they're included in details that are in the code today. But it doesn't necessarily preclude from that still being something that might be of a concern to this definition, to make sure that we're capturing it in all those locations.
Perfect, thank you.
And I guess I'm just confused, and so help me understand, I guess, for development, are there requirements that there be some trees, or is there not a requirement that there be trees?
So there is, so there are two places that it occurs. One is in Article 12.1 where we have the tree preservation article, and that does require minimum tree density units, whether it's through tree preservation or by tree planting, that there's, for example, in the historic districts, it's 10 units per acre. And so any development that comes through that meets there's a list of applicability, and if they do a certain amount of work, they've got to bring everything up to that code. The other component of it is that there are planting requirements from a neighborhood compatibility buffer, from preservation of stream buffers, from if there's a parking lot, you have to do screening of that. There's landscape islands. So there are some minimum requirements beyond just this definition of landscape open space that can be included in the total number of the landscape open space as they account for what that percentage would be made up of, which is why the definition is as broad as it is in order to be able to capture all of those areas across the whole development.
Okay, but so just to be crystal clear, so whether this does end up passing or does not end up passing, either way, a property could not just have 100% sod, they're required to have some trees?
Depending on the type of development, yes. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, other than maybe some residential areas but I can't think of any right now that you wouldn't have a minimum tree density requirement that would need to be met.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Beeson?
One last question, and this is probably for the city attorney. Is there any potential concern with creating undue burden for fair housing laws and development for fair housing accessibility? With creating the 40% to 45% requirement?
I don't know how would would it affect fair housing?
Because all of the housing types that are being impacted by this is not specific to single-family homes. It's only multifamily and townhomes, which would limit the diversity of your housing. So that's, I am not an attorney, but just on my end, from the housing perspective, would that create any kind of undue burden for the development of housing diversity?
No, we have an extraordinary amount of multifamily housing townhouse units currently. Those people would still be entitled to what they have now. That's the grandfathering part of all this. So those people keep what they got. This is basically, if you have a wooded area now, it's still going to be 40% wooded when you get done, or landscaped open space.
Yes, Council, Mayor Wilson, I'm sorry. Councilmember Palermo.
I was actually going to motion to move this forward, but I'll
No, yeah, I'll allow you go, sir, please.
I'll look to motion to move this forward to the next mayor and council meeting.
Okay. Motion, second, Councilmember Hills. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All right. Passes. We have, yes.
Opposed.
All right, so it passes, okay, all right, with one opposition, okay. All right,
So the next couple of items are related. So let me move this on. All right, item number 4 is, I should let you read it, or do you want me to?
no,
keep
it's
going?
fine. Item number 4.
Sorry.
Long meeting. Item number 4 is the consideration of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code regarding section 13.9.2. Who approves administrative variances?
Thank you. So in Article 13, Administration, Section 13.9, there is an administrative variance component. And right now, Section 13.9.2, who approves administrative variances of the Unified Development Code, references that letter E, landscape open space and outdoor amenity space may have a combined total of 10% below the minimum percentage requirement. And rather than trying to explain what in the world that means, the decision that was brought forward to staff was to consider deleting this, and then the next item on the agenda will address where it will go. So right now, the zoning director would have the ability to make some modifications to landscape open space in this very convoluted combination minimum thing that we actually weren't even aware existed until we started doing this evaluation and discovered it in the Article 13. So it's not something that's been asked for very often. So the recommendation is just delete this letter, and then the next item on the agenda will address where it would reside.
Councilmember Vanstrom.
Just point, is it possible to go and see where it's going to go? And
It'll
then
come to
back
mayor and
vote on
council.
both?
It'll be a
he's-
variance to mayor and council.
You're talking about the next item on the agenda is what you're talking
Yeah.
I'm talking about,
Yes, then.
we're deleting something in blind faith that it's going to reappear.
So it will move to be a variance that we requested of mayor and council, but there's several things that are going into that section together, which is why we split them up to make it a little easier to discuss. But that would be, we would remove the administrative variance by staff, and it would be a variance for landscape open space minimum requirements would come to council.
Councilmember Councilmember Morthland, sorry.
So, to piggyback off of Councilman Vanstrom's point, and this probably is for Mr. Davidson, would it be a decent idea to defer this item until we attach to the next? Once we get to the next, then pull this back up? No?
I mean, they'll be running in conjunction with each other.
Okay.
Councilmember Palermo.
Yes, because I think the challenge is if we did the other one first, the issue is connected to this one. So I think we're in a circular reference, but
And for simplicity, for initiation, there's a couple of other ones, we were actually talking about the same thing. We may present these together. It was a lot until we were trying to not make the ordinances 50 pages long, so that's why we broke it up. But for simplicity's sake, if it makes sense, and we'll confer with Mr. Davidson to make sure that it is presented in initiation in the most logical manner so that it doesn't create that kind of do loop for you guys. And this is one of those that we've had that conversation about combining this and the next one into the same one, because this the first one we just present, the very first one we presented, if it doesn't change, these are things you still may want to consider doing. And so we need to keep them separate so they're not tied together. But these are two that we could potentially put together to make that a little bit easier to digest.
Councilmember Beeson.
To belabor a point, but to make sure that we're clear, the first part is going to take this out of staff's hands to make the decision. The second part is to take that decision and put it in mayor and council's hands. Correct. Just wanting to triple check there. Apologies.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. And so I support these two connected changes. And the reason being is because I feel residents deserve an open process and the opportunity for public comment and just that full visibility. And so by removing it from being an administrative variance that's just done by staff downstairs and in the ComDev office versus it being done in the public chambers that belongs to the people of Roswell, I think we're creating a more transparent process. And ultimately, I do feel residents care about the amount of open space in the properties surrounding them and in their neighborhood and their community. So for that reason, I support taking this from the current staff process and to the mayor and council variance process.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Beeson.
Conversely, I am opposed to this change. I will preface this with, y'all are some great, incredibly intelligent individuals, and I have every bit of faith of you in life. That said, I think, and I'm looking at this, we'll say Councilmember Smith, 10 years down the road, whoever it is, I believe that the abilities and the judge of requirements are best suited in staff's hands, who would best understand things like landscape architecture, land use, city planning, as opposed to moving it into the public sphere, also because of private property purposes. Hypothetically speaking, if Bob is a landowner and Bob has commercial property and Bob wants to talk about it with staff in terms of what these variances and his options are, I don't necessarily think that it's best suited for all of the city to weigh in on private property matters. So that's just my opinion on that one.
Councilmember Palermo.
So I want to clarify, though, this is for when a property owner does not want to follow the rules. So we have rules that are properly documented, that are approved by the mayor and council, that should be representing the vision of the mayor and council, which are the people that are responsible for representing the residents. And when someone says, I don't want to follow the rules, I don't want to follow that code that all of my neighbors have to follow, that's something I strongly believe that the mayor and council should be weighing in, since it's the code that they approved that's not being followed by requesting the variance. So that's why I feel this is, if the example of Bob wants to follow the code and follow the rules, then I actually agree with that. They should go through staff, and that is the current process. If somebody wants to build something as zoned following the rules, it never comes to mayor and council, and it never should. It just goes to staff, and I think we should keep it that way.
Yes, Councilmember Beeson.
Just as a response to that, so an example of why I think staff is best suited to make these decisions, I'll put Lenore on the spot. Lenore is a professional engineer, is that correct, Lenore?
Yes.
So you have a PE license with the state of Georgia.
Yes.
Nobody, at least currently on mayor and council, is a PE, and we'll keep using our buddy Bob. In Bob's example, there could be potential impacts to Bob's property that would require that variance of 10% below the minimum required percentage. It's not necessarily eliminating the entire rule itself or giving Bob special preference, as could be the case if this were brought in front of the public. Maybe Bob's a real popular guy. But if you're looking at just the necessities for the property itself in a case-by-case scenario, I prefer to leave that in the hands of staff who are typically engineers are best suited to make that decision.
Mayor Wilson.
You guys keep taking me in different directions. I want to just stay over here on the side. No question, no doubt. That's why we have this incredible staff and great professionals to help guide us in making decisions and help guide us on policy. Most of this will come around the grounds of redevelopment over the next 5-10 years. And so there will be some decisions that will fall along the lines of policy and kind of fall along, outside the lines of technical expertise, that I would say, I think you as a council member ultimately would want to make that decision in terms of the future of the city with respect to redevelopment. And I think that just on that issue alone, It's definitely not, I don't want to discount the professional argument that you make, because I think that is very true. And that's why we go to them and ask them good questions, and they inform us and educate us. I think this administrative variance is to take some decision-making really on some very technical pieces when they get down to some redevelopment questions that really you do, honestly, and I think, and I don't want to speak for staff, I don't think they sometimes want that decision in their hands because they're making a very heavy laden ultimate policy decision about something that could happen for the future of the city that really kind of falls outside the lines of technical expertise and kind of falls on the lines of a redevelopment question. That would be something I might submit.
All right. Thank you. Any further discussion on this item, item number 4? Seeing none, we'll entertain any motion. Or Councilmember Vanstrom.
No, motion, now that we brought them both to the forefront, and it doesn't matter what order they're in.
All right.
Motion to approve
Exactly.
both at once.
Can you do that?
Well, I'd like to pursue.
Yeah,
the
I
rest
think
of it
there's some
because we've got other
differentiation
pieces
Yeah.
to it.
in item 5. So we'll
we'll do one.
take item, okay, thank you. We'll take item 4 first. Motion by Councilmember Vanstrom. We have a second there. Second by Councilmember Hills. Any further discussion? Excuse me, seeing none, all in favor? All in favor, all opposed? All right, one in opposition. All right, thank you. Okay, item number 5 is consideration of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code regarding section 10.1.9, alternative compliance, and section 13.11.2, who approves variances.
I apologize, the title is incorrect, we will fix that. All right, so bear with me, this is when we started to combine some things together, and so it might get a little bit confusing. So this is referencing Article 10 and 13. In Article 10, which is where site development is covered, there are parking requirements provided in a variety of sections in 10.1, 10.5, 10.7, it's all over the place. 10.1.9 is a section regarding alternative compliance. This is not a variance. This is an opportunity for staff to be able to work with a development project in determining whether or not they can increase the required parking to a maximum level or reducing the parking requirement by a certain percentage. And based on conversations that we have had with council, the recommendation was to delete the alternative compliance paragraphs. It's paragraphs A, B, and C regarding the zoning director being able to make these modifications to the parking requirements. And it would move to a variance under Article 13 that would come to mayor and council. So 10.1.9 would be completely deleted in its entirety, and it consists of 3 paragraphs talking about how staff can do that alternative compliance. And then in 13.11.2, which is where variances that are primarily heard by the Board of Zoning Appeals is discussed, today there is a sentence that refers to mayor and council hearing and deciding on variance requests to neighborhood compatibility buffers. So today it only refers to neighborhood compatibility buffers. The recommendation is to break that paragraph that exists today into 2. The first one would refer to the BZA's ability to hear variance requests for Articles 1 through 10, as well as 12.7, which is floodplain impacts. And then there'd be a new letter C that would be added to refer to requests regarding vehicle and bicycle parking, which is 10.1.3, which is what the alternative compliance in Article 10 today would cover, as well as 10.2.3, which is neighborhood compatibility buffers, and then also the landscape open space minimum requirements for development shall be heard and decided by mayor and city council. I believe that's it, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Palermo.
So as discussed, I certainly support bringing more things to a public process to make sure that residents can really see and know what's going on, et cetera. The one exception that I see that you've mentioned is for the variance to go over the parking maximum. I guess my initial reaction is if a developer wants to go over the maximum, I'm indifferent if that should come to council or if that should go to staff. But definitely when they want to do below the minimum, then I think without a doubt that should be going to mayor and council. But I'd leave it to this committee if when they go over the maximum, if it should go to mayor and council as well.
All right. Yes, Mayor Wilson.
Michael, I might just suggest that ultimately that decision being in the hands of the council. Even the over part, again, kind of back to it just a minute ago, we're talking about redevelopment on the vast majority of these, right? And you're going to want to be inside that part of the equation, even if it's over.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Beeson.
To quickly reiterate the point, I do think that this paves the pathway for potential bias or friends in high places when you're dependent on, and I'm not saying this mayor and council specifically, we'll pretend this is 10 years down the road, none of us are serving these positions, of having friends in those roles or people, or just not enemies at least, who are willing to make it easier to be able to have these variances, or people who are coming to weigh in on public comments. Additionally, the fact that there's not necessarily the technical expertise provided by mayor, council, or elected officials to be able to provide this input on things related to landscape architecture or engineering.
Thank you. Councilmember Palermo.
I'd actually argue the concern of bias is actually more justification. This should be done through mayor and council, through a public process, because in reality, in any and all roles, in any and all situations, there's always the risk of bias. If it's done in a city council meeting by a mayor and council, that's gonna be something that's public and that's something they're gonna be held accountable for. If it's something that's done in private, at the end of the day, there's not that same accountability, there's not that same visibility. And I think I'm certainly more comfortable even 10, 20 years down the road that whoever's making that decision is accountable to the voters of Roswell.
Councilmember Vanstrom.
Yeah, and just to be a little more specific on Councilman Palermo, there's that same scenario where it happens at council level could be happening at the city employee level. So why don't we take that out of those hands and that risk and put it out in the public?
All right. Any further comments or questions regarding item number 5? Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion for item number 5. Motion by Councilmember Morthland, excuse me. Second, do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Palermo. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All right, all opposed? All right, thank you. Item number 6, consideration of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code regarding section 10.2.10, screening walls and fences.
Track changes aren't on for some reason. I apologize. I thought I had them. There they are. Okay. So this is something that we've been talking about for a while, and we've had some residents bring up some concerns regarding fence installation on residential property is primarily where this comes into play, because on commercial properties and more common areas, those are required to be reviewed by our design review board or even HPC, depending on where they're located. So today, the way that the fence and screening wall code reads, it refers to setbacks as determining where fence height can change. And the problem with that is that most people do not know where their front setback is in the real world, and our code enforcement officers or planning staff who might have to go out to review something, we're not surveyors. We don't have the ability, well, some of us can find property pins, but we don't have the ability to go out there and identify exactly where those lines are, and then to be able to measure a 20-foot setback to make sure that their fence height doesn't change until they get behind it. There's also some no man's land that gets created when you talk about looking at a plan view and looking at the primary street setback, the side setbacks, and the rear setback, and what happens in those corners at the front left and right and back left and right, which are both a side and a rear or side and a front setback. And so in looking at some other jurisdictions, we looked at other ways it could be worded, and in many cases they refer to the front plane of the house or the side plane of the house or structure that's on the property as that point at which things can change. So in this particular case, what we're referring to is that the fence is located in a side setback or in a rear, it's 8 feet. But then what we're talking about between the primary street setback and the front wall, and that is spelled wrong, plane of the primary structure, then it is the 4 feet. And so what we're talking about is if I have an existing house and they want to put a privacy fence up in front of the house, it can be 4 feet. It can be up to 6 feet if the top 2 feet has a transparency to it. We've maintained that because that's something from a look and feel to not have the 6 foot full solid height is something that we wanted to continue from a look and feel. And then once you go past the front of the house, 8 feet is the maximum height, and so that could be the entire backyard. So that's down the side, down the back up the other side. You'd have that drop between the 8 foot and the 4 foot, or most people do 4 foot with the 2 foot transparency at the top, and then 6 foot for the rest of the fence. But it's using the building itself in order to determine where that change happens. We've actually used this recently in a case study with someone who had a code compliance issue with a fence that was 8 feet tall the whole way around. It was a very interesting approach because they decided to keep the top of the wall flat, or the fence flat, and the bottom of it just varied with the ground. It was a look he was going for, which led to a fence that was extremely tall in some places. And we were able to work through it with him and find a way for him to continue with this look he wanted, but to bring it into compliance by shortening it. And he did that. Matter of fact, he shortened it more than he needed to in order to come into compliance. And so as a part of that conversation, it was a really great way for us to test how this might work. And it was much easier to explain to someone that in front of your house it can be this, and behind your house it needs to be this. So there's a lot of wording that's going on there, but it's to be able to make sure we're taking care of everything in front of the house and then everything behind the house.
Yes, Mayor Wilson.
Lenore, just for clarity, so this is, if people who are not in, if this goes through, you're grandfathered in. You do not have, the code enforcement's not gonna come out to your house if you're not in compliance. If you're already existing, you have an 8 foot fence or a 6 foot fence around your house, this will not apply. This is for new permits, and the new permits are very simple. 4 foot fence in the front, you can have a 2 foot transparent fence, right? Once you get to the side of the house, the front of the house side begins, then you can have up to an 8 foot fence all the way, up to an 8 foot fence. And that's the new proposal here.
Correct. We would be looking at enforcing this on new construction. And just a point of clarification, we currently do not require permits for fence installation. We do offer courtesy reviews to let people know if they're going to put one in. We'll look at their site plan and give them some information. We are reconsidering that to have just an application process to allow us to have that oversight. It would be a very simple process, but it's not something that has been done in the past, but it gets asked of us all the time. So it's a separate conversation we can have about that, but there's, where this falls, it's not a structure that requires a building permit, so it's always been excluded from the permitting process in the past.
Just kind of making this, so if this goes through, just we'll make sure that our neighbors, friends and neighbors know that don't pick up the phone, call the city or call ComDev on your neighbor who's already got an existing 6 foot or 8 foot fence.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mr. Knighton. So, and to clarify too, so obviously we had a lot of discussion earlier on the one where we're changing open space percentages, which I define as we're changing the intent, because the intent previously was not to maximize natural space. Now we have a new intent, if that passes, to maximize green space. It's my understanding, so this is not really changing an intent. This is really just clarifying and making it easier for staff and easier for anybody that wants to build a fence. But in reality, the intent's what it always has been.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Beeson.
I'm just clarifying again. So previously, you could have a fence in your front yard up to 6 feet in height, correct?
Correct.
And we're now lowering that to 4 feet.
No,
No,
we are,
got
it still stays the same. So let me go to this picture. It might make it a little bit easier to see. So today, and this looks more like a subdivision wall, so I apologize, but today, if this were a wood panel fence, you would have 4 feet is this part and 2 feet is this part, and that is today. This doesn't change. What changes is the description of if I had a house here where can this one go up to 8 feet? Is it this imaginary line that we can't find, or is it the front of the house?
So it's
And I
really
can't
just
draw-
defining the orientation of the building, not the
Correct.
actual, got it.
Correct, and I don't have the ability to create this particular kind of graphic, but we're hoping to be able to do that.
I was gonna say, if I had a building, that's what I was trying to figure out, okay?
When we've talked about it, the drawings, my lovely sketches have helped a little bit. So we do intend on having that so that it's more clear. I just don't have the graphical capabilities. I don't have the software to be able to do it, so.
Let me ask a fundamental question. Perhaps I missed it, so I apologize in advance if I did. So today, obviously, all of the fences would remain. They're compliant. If we don't have an application or permitting process for fences,
Moment, that is correct, sir.
how would we then know when a new fence is constructed versus old fences which exist?
Correct. The procedure, for as long as I am aware, has occurred is based on someone complaining about someone putting a fence in. Usually it's backwards. Our number one complaint is someone's putting the fence in with the wrong side facing out. It's not usually height. Usually it's that they're putting it in backwards. And we have requirements in the code that says that the finished part of the fence shall face out from your property. So that's the primary complaint. And it's just been the procedure that's been in place for as long, I mean, I think even before Jackie was here. But because it's come up as a point of conversation, we actually have had in the fee structure for a very long time, a fence site plan review fee so that we could offer it, but we just do it as a courtesy to folks if they're looking to put fences in. And most of the times when we're dealing with this, if they have a project they're coming in to do and they show the fence, we make sure we check it. It's just if someone's just randomly going in to put a privacy fence in their yard today, it's not a structure in accordance with the International Building Code, which we've adopted and therefore has not triggered the requirement for permits. It does not mean that we can't choose to do that.
And another point of clarification, just because this came up last night. I had a conversation with our IT director who, over the last 3 months, has discussed with me about the fence he wanted to build on his property in his yard in Roswell. Well, he told me yesterday that he finally got it up, but it took 3 tries because the first time it was done and something that was wrong by the builder. And then the second time, they also did something wrong. And the third time, it was backwards. So the finished side was facing his house, so he had to fix it because the finished side, or we always tell the pretty side, make the finished side, the pretty side face out towards neighbors. So we just spoke about that last evening.
All right. Next time, we'll just reference a random staff person.
No, thank you, Jackie, for referencing Christopher's act. If people didn't know who it was, let's be very clear. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing that point up. Great point. Would you have a suggestion that you would like to throw to the committee in terms of maybe addressing the concern you brought up? Because it's an excellent point. Because this turns into, other than, if there's not an application process, right? There's not an application. And this becomes an ordinance, or text amendment. 6 months down the road, we could, we've got some neighbors unhappy with one another. And now you're getting into he said, she said, because you really don't have anything, do you, on record of when the fence was built to enforce this issue. So
I was just thinking through this, and I don't know if we can leverage technology, real-time technology, aerials, real-time.
And in many cases,
Determine
it's
when-
relatively easy to determine when it's new wood.
Yeah.
This is not something that we spend an exorbitant amount of time on. I'll be frank, there are code complaints that come in. I could say we've probably had, I don't know, maybe 10 a year at best. That's probably stretching it that I can think of. I'm thinking of one right now that they built the fence too tall, but they have a really big piece of property. The house sits 100 feet from the road, and they wanted their 8-foot fence to come up the sides, and we had to make them change it because someone complained about it.
And I can say planning and zoning gets a lot of calls on fences. People call constantly, like, I want to build a fence on my yard, what do I have to do? And we send them the code section, and we're like, there's no permit required, and we talk to them about it and go over the rules and requirements in the code, but there is no permit, as stated.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I mean, this one, I feel it is something that actually, I support the clarification. I support making it more easy for staff to understand and for any residents that are reading the rules. Other than making it more clear, I think it actually has been working all right because it seems like neighbors are pretty quick to call when there's an issue, hence you're bringing this forward and bringing this because of some resident calls. But I'd also suggest too, just as staff continues to think about that, is there an improvement or a different process they'd recommend? Same thing for the planning commission. If this committee chooses to move this forward, planning commission can always think about that as well. But I think at the very least, this is a good step forward because then it's just that much more clear on what the rule is.
Just one quick point of clarification, I just want to add, number 10 today, it talks about how these fences are measured. The example I used earlier where the fence was kept at a nice even top was also turned into a bit of a retaining wall in the sense that the property owner filled up dirt around it, possibly to make it look shorter, but it was just a way that he was trying to address some issues on the property. And so we want to add this text. It's not the first time someone has wanted to use something that's not intended to retain dirt as something to retain dirt. It may seem like it's very silly, but since we have had people try to do this, we thought it would be very helpful to just remind people that it is a fence to separate air, not dirt.
All right, yes, Mayor Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, so I would recommend, actually, if it's not enforceable, there's not clarity on it, we're just creating more legislative nonsense. And I think we need to get, this is something that I think we talked about as a group. We talked about one of our long-term goals of things we wanted to address, which are ordinances or not enforceable, or adding more layers of government, trying to solve every problem. And this really doesn't even solve the problem for any of the existing fences where neighbors might be unhappy with one another and you're not suggesting having an application process. You're just suggesting having a text amendment that may or may not be really that applicable in some cases. So I'm not crazy about adding more unless we have some kind of merited remedy, right? Like there's a remedy, clear remedy, enforceable remedy that you think is, hey, this is what we really need for the city. I don't like adding more layers of bureaucracy. Yes, sir.
Councilmember.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
So I agree with that philosophy. So I have two thoughts. One, we do have a remedy. So it's my understanding that staff, when someone does something that's not allowed, staff makes them fix it. So if this passes, this is enforceable, just as if this doesn't pass, the current one's enforceable. And I think it is our duty to clarify and correct one that is creating confusion and is creating issues with residents, because we've had multiple complaints on a couple different fences, and because the confusion of how it's been written, staff was not allowed to enforce it, which is why some residents were pointing out that neighboring cities have it much more clear, much more easy. But I think the important thing is absolutely, if we were gonna say, let's make it more clear, but there's nothing we can do about it if they don't follow it, then I'd say we're wasting our time. But staff absolutely can and does follow up and require that they change it.
But honestly, I didn't hear an answer to Randy's very valid question. Like Randy said, well, you don't have a permit process. Yeah, and really, do we really want to get into the business of, let's go investigate how old the wood is? That looks like new wood to us. Hey, would you get the receipts to show us when you actually purchased that wood? Like, I don't really want us to be
It's something we're currently doing, and I think if we stop doing it, then we're actually gonna create a bigger can of worms, because right now, residents that complain when they violate, they're being forced to correct it. And so I think we need to continue doing that, or else we're gonna hear from a lot more residents frustrated that we've shown they're in violation and we're no longer enforcing it like we used to. Like, as of today, we're enforcing it.
We're enforcing what?
When someone's built it, right? So could you?
The code today is on the screen. This is the original code as exists today. We are doing our best to enforce. When someone calls us and says somebody's built a fence in the wrong location, we go out and do our best to figure out where the side or the primary or side street setback is. So if I have a house that's on a corner, we are required to go out. It's a code that we are required to.
I don't think they are remedying it, Michael. It's too difficult to determine.
We are, but what we have to then figure out is spend a lot of staff time figuring out where should the fence be 4 to 6 feet and where should the fence be 8 feet? Okay, here's where the house is, here's the setback is, and it's, the way that it's worded, so the way that it's worded today, it says that if you put a fence in between your front street your house is on, if you put anything that's in the primary street setback, it has a height requirement. But where does that start and stop?
Okay, but let's stop for a second. We're talking about new fences. There are a ton of old fences that are in violation. This goes into effect. There'll be,
Not necessarily.
yes, there are. You're saying that there are not existing homes in Roswell.
I'm sure there probably are. I don't think it's a rampant problem because our residents let us know.
I didn't, nobody said rampant, but you're managing, we spent a dramatic amount of time dealing with something that doesn't sound like we have a great solution for, because you don't have an application process. The city managers brought that up, city administrators brought that up. I'm not sure what we're solving for, particularly if 6 months down the road, this goes into effect, and you get a call from a neighbor, I'm not happy with Mike Palermo's fence. You guys go out there, right? Mike Palermo says, I've had this fence up for 2 years.
Could you walk through some real examples? So even 2022, this is consistently happening. So this is all real stuff. So we're getting complaints. We're having some that are remedied, some that are not. So these are real things that are happening today. So can you walk through really some real examples maybe?
I can if you'd like me to continue with that. So we have one complaint that recently came in that was that the fence was facing the wrong direction, which is one of the elements in the code. It's a piece of fence that is running between two houses. We couldn't tell whose fence it was. And it had looked like it had been there for a while. So we said, there's nothing that we can enforce here because where the fence is, y'all are arguing over whose it is, which tells us, A, it's been there before one of y'all moved there. And so we basically said, there's nothing for us to enforce here. It was a private conversation they had to sort out between the two of them. Another circumstance is a home that somebody asked for us to check and make sure it was in compliance. The fence is across the front yard, and then it turns and goes down between two houses to connect to another existing fence that's on the back property line. The fence across the front and then turns to go down the side is 6 feet in height. It's 4-foot board solid with the top 2 feet an open lattice type style. It turns and then it becomes a 6-foot fence solid from top to bottom. And then as soon as it gets to the front of the house, in the space exactly between the two houses, it goes up to 8 feet, it comes down along the ground, comes up to 8 feet still, and then drops to 6 feet and is 6 feet to the back. And that fence is in compliance with the code no matter whether we change it or not, because of the way it was installed. And then the other example I have is the fence was 6 feet in solid along a side property line, and then it became 9 feet tall, which is above the 8 feet maximum. And so we made them shorten the fence to make it less than 6 feet in the front, 4 feet, and then 8 feet or less once it got to the front of the property line. And in that particular case, because this hadn't changed, we figured out where the property corner was and then figured out roughly where 40 feet was because that was the building setback, and said anything past 40 feet can be 8 feet tall, and anything in front of that needs to be 4 feet, maximum 6.
Thank Councilmember Vanstrom.
I feel like I'm at an HOA meeting.
I do too.
10 years ago. Is this outside the purview of the HOAs, or is this just homes that are not in an HOA?
So the
This is the
HOAs
entire city?
HOAs can have their own agreements that are completely different than this, as long as they aren't less restricted than this. This is what the fence code is read for quite a long time, because there was a desire to have control over what the fences look like. But there's never been a permitting requirement that I'm aware of. And that's an easy addition to add if we want to have something where we have that. it's not necessarily what we would recommend, because I don't know that going through that process with every single homeowner is,
Do you have to have a construction permit?
no, sir,
You do not.
no,
You
sir,
have to have a building permit.
no, sir. It's not considered a structure.
No, I didn't say fence.
Oh, if you were
You have to
getting,
have a building permit in this city.
if you were building a structure that qualifies for one, yes, sir.
If I build a deck, do I have to get a permit for it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so why don't I have a fence permit if I have to build?
Deck falls under the International Residential Building Code, but fences do not.
That's the only reason why not?
Yes, sir. Now, there are other places in the code where councils in the past have dictated when additional types of projects above and beyond the minimum state and building code requirements require permits. For example, decks require a land disturbance permit per code. So that is an easy change that we could make to incorporate that.
I'll reserve a question. Councilmember Beeson, I want to.
Definitely not prepared
I'm
to
sorry,
report
Mayor,
on
could
that.
you?
No, I'm sorry, forgive me.
Councilmember Beeson.
Just for the sake of ease at this point, I am 100% with you in terms of not having extra bureaucratic cans of worms to open. I think if we were to explore the permitting option, that would be that, especially because it's not typically standard. I would say, at least from the cities that I've seen, y'all can beg to differ otherwise. If I may, I think at this point, they're just providing clarity on the orientation of the building for what's determined to be the primary street or the side street, what's considered the front of the house, because maybe you always go through your garage door, and you're like, no, that's definitely the front of my house. This actually defines what would be universally phrased as the front of your house. So it's more so for clarification of terms' sake, not creating bureaucratic additions or creating more height requirements or restrictions. So if that helps. Does that help? Or did I make this worse?
All right, thank you. All right. Item number 6. Do we have council member?
So I guess just given this, that I feel it is important to correct because it is something we've been hearing from residents. We did have examples where things were not able to be enforced. We had examples from staff where they did enforce it and make them correct it. I think we just go ahead and at least make it easier, and then this mayor and council could always decide in the future what they want enforcement or anything to look like, but I think at the very least, we should make it simpler and easier to understand. Because I think residents do want rules on that to make sure that, because frankly, one of the complaints we were getting is residents did not want 8-foot fences going all the way up towards the property line, creating visibility issues, all that different stuff, which the code wasn't properly impacting due to the confusion of the setback piece. So I think this does do actually your mission that I feel you've given staff and all of us of looking at making things more understandable and more easy to understand.
Well, all I know is, I know of fences that are 8 foot around, and 6 foot around the entire perimeter of the property. So, and it's, yeah, so to your point, well, the HOA doesn't have your power, but anyway. And I'll say, I have to trust your my phone has not been blowing off the hook or the text or emails on this
You
issue.
need to be the first mayor in history to give yourself the ComDev liaison role. And then you can start getting the calls for me.
No way, baby.
40 minutes on fences.
Yeah. So can I motion, I'm going to motion to move this forward.
All right, motion by Councilmember Palermo, second by Councilmember Beeson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All right, passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number 7, consideration of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code regarding Section 3.2.6 Carriage House, Section 4.3.3 Carriage House, and Section 5.3.4 Carriage House.
So the carriage house items have been coming before council, and numerous, over the years, we've had variances for the distance for setbacks. So what we were asked to do was to take a look at the distance requirement. And in the code, under different sections, under Article 3, for the AG, RS 87, RS 30, 18, and 12, you see that there's a requirement for 35 feet under AG 43, RS 87, and RS 30, and a requirement of 20 feet under RS 18 and RS 12. In Article 4, the current requirement is 12 feet, and under Article 5, the current requirement is 12 feet. What we're doing is changing the distance requirement to 10, to make it the same in every classification for zoning. So technically, you may not get any more variances when you see carriage houses unless somebody wants it 5. But we felt this was a good compromise. They'll all be the same. The minimum would be 10. They can always make them larger if they have a 5-acre property and they don't want the in-law suite so close to them. So, but this is the request that we're doing and the proposed change for the carriage houses.
Councilmember Morthland.
Very quick to try to push this forward as fast as we can.
In other words, mute the rest.
So, very quick question. I have no problem with this, but just to put this out there, if you have a detached garage to the side of your house or in the behind of your house, and you have it attached with some kind of roof structure, is that considered a carriage house or is it not considered?
No, that is not considered.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
No further
Any
question.
Further question, comment? Seeing none, we have a motion to move this item forward. Motion by Councilmember Morthland, second by Councilmember Hills. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, passes unanimously. Item number 8, consideration of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code regarding section 9.7.8 garden.
Mr. Knighton, could I request this committee consider if it'd be all right if we moved this, didn't do this one now and instead did this one last? Just because I feel there is a bunch to discuss there, and to Councilman Morthland's point, definitely want to make sure we're moving forward. If this committee prefers just to go in the current order, that's fine. I just feel there's a lot of different moving parts that I'm curious to have in the discussion.
All right, is there any objection from the committee from moving this item to last item on the agenda? Any objection? All right, so we'll move to item number 9, consideration of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code to section 2.2.19 residential garage parking, letter C, townhouse.
So this request is being brought forward to change section 2.2.19 of the code related to townhomes. It'll be removing the sentence in letter C to say townhomes fronting a minor street or may be rear-loaded or front-loaded. And then the second one down, number 2, front-loaded is being deleted altogether. So what this is doing is basically removing front-loaded townhomes from the Unified Development Code, so that all townhomes in the future, once this is adopted, would be rear-loaded only.
Yes, Councilmember Vanstrom.
My only concern on that is how black and white it is when you may have a topography that allows for a lower level garage that you may not even see from the street and not being in any way an eyesore. So I don't know how to work around that. I don't know if it's a contingency. I don't know enough about how you run all this yet. I've only been here a year, but I'm just asking you all to consider that it's just, there's times when I mean, we talk about only having on apartments, only having non-residential on the lower level, where there's sometimes where topography dictates that that's not a real option. So I don't know. I just like to be careful about being too black and white. I understand a small townhome with a front-loaded garage looks very, very poor. It's not the look we're looking for in this city. And I'd also like there to be a consideration if it's a certain size townhome. If it gets wider and bigger, that's almost like a continuous home, stacked homes. And we have a lot of front-loaded homes in this town. So is there something we're looking for visually here? Is that the objective, or is it just no front-loaded at all? So I think that's worth discussion.
Councilmember Palermo.
So I think there's, if you listen back to a lot of the discussion many years ago when there was the intent of the more of it being the rear loaded compared to the front loaded, a lot of advantages of just the the walkability, the old feel, even if it's obviously new townhomes, and just different benefits from that standpoint versus when it's front loaded, what ends up happening is it's just all these gigantic garages. It's basically, it feels like it's nothing but garages that you're walking by, because obviously with a townhome, the two-car garage is certainly taking up the width of the townhome. So I think there is benefits to the look and the feel and just especially really even the historic look of it being rear loaded. I mean, I guess if you, with the top, you mentioned the example, of, well, what if it's a situation where it's actually, because it's going below grade, that you actually don't even really see just nothing but garage, and instead it looks different. I think that's something where we could perhaps, factor in and just basically make that be the exception, that when it's below grade parking and they're needing to go down and it's still being able to see front door, main level, et cetera, that'd be a situation where there could be an exception for front loaded. But I think we've certainly, heard from residents and seen examples here in Roswell where just the front loaded is not giving the right look, it's not giving the right, especially when you have townhomes a lot of time in areas that we really want to be more walkable, just that walkability feeling, et cetera. So my preference is certainly the moving purely towards rear loaded, but always could perhaps have an exception with the below grade, could perhaps just have a much, if it's front loaded, requiring it to be much wider, so that it's not just the feeling of nothing but garage. But again, I think really completely changing the code and having that focus on rear loaded, I think will benefit us for future development in our city.
Councilmember Vanstrom.
And I agree, when you're looking at front-loaded and you've got 10 townhomes, 15 townhomes in a row, even cluster homes that are bigger, if they're not broken up, don't have an aesthetic appeal. So perhaps also we're putting in the conversation, how many townhomes in a row can you have that you should be breaking those up with some open space and some green space, whether front-loaded or not. So I think we're opening a great conversation. I think we're opening a lot of conversation, though, with just that one sentence.
Councilmember Beeson.
Are there examples of other cities that have incorporated this into their codes? Or is that where this was pulled from?
We were not asked to compare to see what everybody else is doing. We're just asked to consider removing it.
Understood, thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
So how does our current code work with Councilman Vanstrom's comments on how many townhomes are you allowed to have before having green space and breaking that up?
You have to have at least 3, the minimum. You can have no more than 8 in a row.
So you're allowed to have 8 in a row, right? So, I mean, I think right now would be the time, and this would be the one to include as well, requiring a greater breakup, that just as there's no less than 3, I certainly think the maximum should not be anywhere near 8. Keeping in mind, prior to the UDC, so prior to 2014, I believe townhomes were, Jackie, was at a maximum of 5 per acre?
Prior to the UDC and different zoning classifications, you had 8 units to the acre in the historic district, and you had 6 units per acre in the Parkway Village, and then you had 5 units per acre outside of those 2 sections of the city.
Gotcha. Whereas in now you can have just 8 all right there.
Look at that one.
Yeah.
I think it's a good discussion.
Yeah, so I think it's important to change this. I think we definitely, we're going to really create the opportunity to improve what the future townhome developments will be, and hopefully increasing that feeling of walkability. But I lean towards, I'll tell you, my initial reaction is that we add these rules to front loaded. So basically, for example, front loaded, having, a specific that it can be 3 to 4 contiguous, and there has to be that certain amount of green space in between. And we could do it in a way that we're really just creating more incentives for someone that does want to build rear loaded if they have the option. I think that's a way to potentially go with it.
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Knighton. The problem I have with front-loaded townhomes is the majority of the frontage of that individual home turns the spread into a concrete jungle. That's not what Roswell is. That's not at all. It just emphasizes density, it emphasizes mass structure. It doesn't give any, really much of an opportunity that's significant to a front lawn, and it's tiny for a lot of them. Many of them we have zero already, which I'd like to prevent going forward. How that looks on the back would have to be up to the developer and us on how we direct them to do that, to have some green space, whether it's common or individual. But as far as the curb appeal, it's not sexy. That's not what I want to see in my Roswell.
And conversely, I'd say the opposite of when you have the rear loaded, they can actually, in my opinion, look really quaint and cute because you are having, potentially a little bit of a front lawn. You have just that feeling of the walkability next to the neighbors. And so yeah, I think it's night and day, and that definitely the rear loaded aligns more with the character of really the Roswell that I feel so many of us love with that neighborhood feeling.
Yes, Councilmember Beeson.
As a point of clarity, typically rear-loaded is actually denser, because as opposed to having the garage on the side, you're condensing the units and you're moving the garage towards the back. Most modern designs are gonna have the deck overlay with the garage underneath, so you would put more units per acre on that, so just flagging that as a design point. Right, so individual garages, to clarify, so this is a townhome. If you were to have garage, townhome, which would be the front loading, they're technically more spaced apart in some ways, as opposed to being more horizontally oriented, where you're moving that garage behind you, as opposed to having the garage as part of the front gap of the building. It's moved behind it entirely, usually underneath, right? In terms of the design standards that I've seen mostly. A lot of times you're doing the back deck over the townhome itself.
Sure, in a rear loaded situation, your main level is you put the second up the house, so yeah.
Right.
Goes up.
Right.
In many cases, that's true.
So to reiterate your previous comment, Councilman Vanstrom, there could be potential topography issues, and I also worry about instances where adding an additional street to the back end of a townhome could maybe create traffic issues if we don't have that flexibility. But just trying to troubleshoot potential options with making things overly standardized.
Thank you. Any further?
Just to add a couple of points as you're having that discussion, a couple of other criteria that are included in the code today is that there is a minimum square footage for a lot associated with a townhouse, and we also have a minimum width. So right now, a townhome has to be a minimum of 20 feet wide. One of the factors that's a part of this conversation about removing it's in the next section talking about garages specifically, is that today, for a front-loaded townhouse, the garage door cannot exceed 50% of the width of the unit. But there's alternative compliance options which allow for design alternatives in order to consider that as an option. So for example, there's some recently that came through that are 60% of the width instead of 50% of the width. So there's a lot of moving parts that are currently in the code that probably should be considered as a part of that conversation if you're going to look at potentially allowing the front loaded, but under certain circumstances, then the width of the unit, the garage door percentage, those are certainly components of it that should be looked at holistically together to make sure that that's all being considered.
All right, Councilmember Palermo.
So I have two questions, one for staff and then one for this committee. But for staff, so based on those current requirements that you mentioned, Ms. Bromberg, does that negate any of Councilmember Beeson's concerns, or is that just separate from Councilmember Beeson's?
They kind of fit together, to be honest with you. I think a lot of what was being described is what is facilitated. So for rear-loaded townhomes, they do tend to be some of the designs you've seen recently that are rear-loaded. The front door is facing the main street. A new street is put behind it. The garage doors are basically the width of the unit. The driveways are going to basically be the width of those units with a small space of grass between each one. Now, they do have a very small front yard because of the front setbacks and so forth. But that's what that would look like all the time, as opposed to having an option of some other alternatives, which we've had a lot of conversations over the past couple of years about what that could look like, which we can certainly, table this and come back and talk about all that together again, if that would be the preference, as opposed to trying to move forward with something that doesn't necessarily answer all the questions that are being posed.
Mayor Wilson?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, Lenore, looking at the packet, And I'm looking through the different definitions. Semi-flush, recessed, side-loaded, carriage court, attached, alley-loaded, townhouses, front-loaded, of course, rear-loaded and front-loaded. The same description is also true on front-loaded. It says garage doors may constitute no more than 50% of the width of the individual townhouse unit. Minimum 20 feet required between garage and back sidewalk. Garage doors must be recessed at 1 foot behind front wall plane, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct, so that's in the code today. Rear-loaded townhomes do not have that criteria. So a rear-loaded townhome, there are distances required between the property line and the garage door, but the width of the garage door in relationship to the unit width is not present in the code today. And that was to prevent the description earlier of garage door, garage door, garage door.
Councilmember Palermo.
And so the interesting thing is, again, just going back to real examples that have occurred in Roswell, I feel a lot of the negative feedback we've heard has been on the front-loaded ones. So if I think to actual ones, it's been focused on the front-loaded. That's just been by chance, or not by chance, what we've heard from residents, whereas in the rear-loaded ones, frankly, have not gotten the same feedback from many different residents. So I'm inclined to still want to make sure we're addressing this, but again, I think another possible way to address it, because the concern of just having 8 garages and all that concrete that Councilmember Hills just described, I think a way potentially to address it is by reducing that maximum of 8 down so that it's not as many. I think that's something that could potentially help with that amount of concrete. So, for example, the minimum's 3 and perhaps the maximum should be 4 or 5 to kind of just create more breaks and more green space, et cetera.
Councilmember Morthland.
To further that statement, the four townhomes being contiguous would fall within the quadplex of lending. And that if you have a big building that is split up into cubes, and you have 2 residents on the top and 2 residents on the bottom, and you have a 1 through 4 complex, that same guideline could take place for the townhomes of 1 through 4 as well, when it comes to a lot of the, if it is considered a condo questionnaire type statement, that is governed by some of that criteria, and it gets into the lending. So there are some positive things into going on to the four piece as compared to going above 4 and hitting that 5 mark. Having the green space in between is nice. The comments and the feedback that I've gotten from the front-loaded garage piece is a lot of residents or guests don't really pull up all that far into their driveway, and they have pieces of car or boats or trailers hanging out into the street, which creates problems. Having a front and a rear street access to this helps with parking when you have people coming into communities and would like to park on the street. Residents park in the garage and their driveway in the back, and you have company that can park in front of the house. It just helps with the traffic scenario in that way.
Councilmember, or Mayor Wilson?
Michael, I was just thinking about where Jamie Gazzetti lives. Just occurred to me, because I've been thinking through this. It's close by. It's front-loaded. It's beautiful. It's high-end.
It's gated, I'm not allowed in there to see it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It is gated. So I'm thinking, is there another way to solve, what you're trying to solve for an equation? What's the equation you're trying to solve for?
So I'd say it's less on the gated ones, because I can't speak to the gated ones that are there, but it's been frankly purely just based off of feedback from residents I don't even know, or different strangers.
Well, the most recent development, which we think there's too much density on.
Well, Target was a big one.
Exactly.
That had this a lot, yeah.
And there were a lot of criticism, but there's a lot of pieces to that equation, right? Is it because it's front-loaded, or is it because there's too much density, or is it because, I mean, there's a lot of pieces to that, right?
And so that's where I'm certainly, for that reason, and actually, again, it'd be great if Jamie Gazzetti was here. Actually, he has a staff member that lives in his neighborhood as well, who's no longer here this evening. But in general, I think we benefit from that walkable feel of it not just being so much garage. And again, either way, actually, which is why I think this is such a healthy discussion. I think we've we've also discussed something that actually is perhaps even related to it. Is it, you know, is it that there's 3 front-loaded or 4? Or is it that when it's front-loaded and it's just 8 and you're just walking through just nothing but
Or is it
concrete?
when it's front, I'm sorry, but is it front-loaded and his is wider?
Oh, yeah, so,
That's a huge question.
Exactly.
so and I think that's something we should consider as well, that if it's front-loaded, we just have a greater width that's required for it, so it's not feeling like so much just garage.
All right, Council Member Beeson.
So those are actually two conflicting statements in the sense that either they're broader because there's a front-loading garage, or they're denser because there's a front-loading garage. I think in terms of walkability, typically denser lends its way to an increased amount of walkability. My concern with restricting how this would be designed, I'm thinking of, I can't remember the exact name of the property, it might be the cottages, but it's where it's townhomes, but they're single level and they're front-loaded garages, where it's typically aging residents are gonna live. When you have a rear-loaded garage, it's almost inherently going to come underneath the building, is that correct? It would be difficult to do a rear-loaded, single-story, which is going to be difficult for accessibility issues. So that's one point of concern on that end. And to Mayor Wilson's point, exactly, I don't know that it's necessarily indicative of a lower quality home to have it front-loaded. I think it's just personal preference of what people prefer to live in. One man's trash is another man's treasure. I'm sure there's people who prefer to live in, same way with a single-family home, a house that might have a front-loaded garage as well. So yeah, that's just, I think it comes down to preference. And I don't like government necessarily guiding market decisions on the basis of what could potentially be personal preference. I don't know of a whole lot of vacant townhomes in Roswell right now because of their garage placement.
Councilmember Vanstrom.
I think one thing that's coming out of all this, though, is the number of units that are broken up. Because you could take a small front-loaded as long as there's not 6 in a row, and you could still have them looking nice. So I think a big part of what we need to start breaking down is how we want, I don't disagree, I would be hard-pressed to find somebody that looked at a front-loaded versus a rear-loaded and didn't say the front-loaded looked a little better. In my neighborhood, some of us have front-loaded garages to our houses, and the ones that don't, they're prettier homes. I mean.
Councilman Vanstrom's one that does have the front loader.
Exactly.
Jamie's going to be, his feelings will be hurt.
But I also think there are times when front-loaded may be the option based on the construction that has to happen. And so, let's talk more, I think, and we may have gone far enough on this today. I really appreciate what Councilman Palermo is expressing. I think you are absolutely right. Those front-loaded condominiums where the garage takes up almost all of the visibility that you're looking at, there is not aesthetically pleasing. And this city is a beautiful city, and our job is to make sure that it stays very aesthetically and attractive. It also, a rear-loaded does allow for a nicer-looking frontage when you get some green space in front of it. Totally agree with you 100%. I think we have a lot more conversation to talk about how we're going to space these, what's going to work, as a suggestion for construction going forward.
Councilmember Palermo.
Great points, great discussion. And based on, as you mentioned, the common ground that we found, I'd like to suggest that we move this forward, changing the maximum from 8 down to 4. And then the beauty is with 4 more public discussions on townhomes, I think we'll have some continued great discussion. I'm really eager to hear what Planning Commission points out, and it's a long process, which I think it's a great process. But so that's where I see us potentially making an update and getting this process going.
Right, yes. Yes, Ms.
Could you
Bromberg,
repeat,
please.
you're asking to include with this a change to the maximum number of units in a row?
No, what I'm asking is that what we move forward to council would be this redlined, meaning struck at the moment because there's not agreement on this, and the update regarding townhomes would be that the maximum is reduced from 8 down to 4.
Okay. My reason for asking is there's a completely different section of the code that we don't have listed here, and so I want to make sure that for the record, we know what we're moving forward with, Because the minimum of 3 is a part of the definition of what a townhouse building type is in Article 2.
Okay,
So 3 is the minimum, it's in Article 2. The maximum of 8 only applies to townhouses in RTH, which is in Article 3, and it says 8.
what, yep,
Because
okay.
the maximum building length of 8 units, and there is no other reference to maximum number of units anywhere else where the townhouse building type is allowed, so that would be in other Article 4,
So
et cetera.
theoretically, in all the many other zoning classifications that allow townhomes, theoretically, there's no maximum. Theoretically, there could be 10 in a row without any breakup.
That is correct.
Okay, so in that case, I don't think we need to have you pull up in the exact code now, but ultimately, what I would want to, if this committee supports it, what I would want coming to council for initiation would be you updating in the code that the maximum is now 4, not 8, and not infinity.
So 4 in every zone.
Yes,
And then 3 is still the minimum
Yes.
per type, building type. Okay.
4 in a row within landscape guidelines.
yep.
Okay.
Councilmember Beeson.
Just to state the obvious on that, that's going to make the cost of development, and I don't mean that in the sense of lining a developer's pockets, but the cost of the individual townhome itself, far more cost prohibitive from a large number of the population who would typically purchase a townhome. So just throwing that out.
And also to be clear, the recommendations for the deletion of townhomes fronting a minor street may be rear or front-loaded, and the deletion of the front-loaded townhouse section would not be moving forward.
I lean to, correct in the sense that I lean towards having this in the packet, a part of the same item, showing this was redlined and struck, and then the area that's not redlined and not deleted is where you're adding that 8 maximum.
Okay, understood.
Okay. Yeah, got it.
All right. Further, yes, Councilmember Hills.
So is there still an opportunity to discuss removing front-load townhomes going forward, as this comes forward?
Yes, so what I'm envisioning is at the initiation meeting, would have this part still in the packet, still there as part of the discussion with strike through, so that it's not the language that's currently expected, but it's still language in there because it's related.
Councilmember Beeson.
More so a parliamentary question. Does that mean that would be an additional motion on behalf of Councilmember Palermo, or would that be part of the same motion?
There'd be one, what I'm envisioning is one single piece.
One single motion?
Yeah, one single motion that's moving forward, this with it being struck out, and the new piece, and then that's going together to council.
So, point of clarification, I think to Lee's question, is Lee, it's there, but it's redlined. So it's basically been strucken. So if you want to resurrect it, you have to resurrect it down the road. It's going to be much more difficult to resurrect it, because really the motion now at hand is 4 townhomes per every zoning, every zoning classification. So that's really that's now what's being promulgated. And this piece is now off. It's just showing, Michael's just saying, hey, we talked about it, but we struck it, but you can see that we talked about it.
No, that's not my intent. So my intent is that's still part of the discussion.
I thought you wanted, I thought it was redlined.
So it's gonna be redlined, but that's still part of the, and then at initiation, for all I know, Mayor, you might decide the new part gets redlined, this part gets undeleted, and it's something I even want planning commission to at least view, even if, my goal is that we're gonna have a healthy discussion around this, planning commission's gonna have a healthy discussion around this, and it's not just a courtesy saying, hey, this is something we discussed. This is, right now, the discussion is we're gonna do this, but I think Councilmember Hills at that initiation might bring up some great points that brings the other one into more into play.
Well, I know you're a much more sophisticated political and parliamentary creature than I am. I would suggest, just if this is something you want, or if it's something Lee wants, right? I would not redline it, and I would have the other one. In other words, if it's going to go through the process,
Yep.
you already know, like, hey, we may kill both, or we may keep both, or we may amend both, or we may kill one and keep the other.
I actually like that, yeah, I like that idea.
Ah,
So,
that's good.
can we unstrike,
Unstrike, unredline.
Hold on. Give me 1 second.
We're gonna,
All right,
just
so,
to clarify, we're gonna bring it forward as
We're gonna,
need to complete, to be deleted as requested by committee, and then we're also including 4 in a row for all the zoning classifications.
Exactly, so I would expect there'd be one item that has this being updated as you wrote it, and so meaning not struck through, but just as you wrote it, which council may or may not support. There'd also be the changing the maximum to 4, which council may or may not support, and those are both at the council meeting.
Okay, okay.
Councilmember, Councilmember Vanstrom.
Okay. That means we have to vote to move this forward.
I will be motioning to move this forward along with the other piece. And again, what I'd ask for you to consider.
Because it's going to leave it open to discussion and it can be killed later.
Exactly.
That's, I just want to make sure that everyone's clear, we can kill this later.
That's right, and I just thought it would be easier than undeleting a red line and just changing the other one, and just like, you got them both up there, you consider them both.
We have a lot to discuss. It's gonna be very, very, very.
Councilmember Morthland.
One last piece to add to these 4 units. Are we talking, and maybe this is a question for the ComDev staff down here, do we have a minimum distance between the 4 units that we're now talking about in green space and air and grass?
The building code and then building setback would dictate the distance between units. So if there are 2 buildings with 4 units each, there's a minimum requirement.
So it's already there.
There's a minimum requirement
That's
between
what
the
I mean.
buildings for our code perspective.
But to Willie's point, it needs to be part of the, that needs to be clarified in this potential proposal.
It's already in the code.
I'm just saying, it just needs to be conjunctive, so there's clarity that when the council is voting on it, or the planning commission's discussing it, that they're congruent and the discussion's understood, right? I mean, I know you know, I know the 3 people in the world that know the UDC know that. I know the city attorney knows that. The rest of us do not.
The building code is not the UDC, so we'll be happy to reference the building code that dictates that.
Oh, it's like,
All right, so,
exactly.
so all right, further discussion. We'll entertain, if there's no further discussion, then we'll entertain a motion to seek complete clarity of what will be moving forward.
Then the Riddler.
Was that last night?
Is it the Riddler or the Joker?
Not the Joker, not the Joker. It's the Riddler.
Yeah.
Just like,
So motion to move forward what staff had, the update staff had within this item, and the addition of staff bringing back for the same initiation item to create a maximum net amount of connected townhomes being 4. So those would be the 2 pieces of this one thing that moves forward.
Okay, all right. We have a motion on, a second by Councilmember Hills, motion by Councilmember Palermo, second by Councilmember Hills. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All in favor, all right. All opposed, all right. One in opposition. We'll move to item number 10. Consideration of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code regarding section 2.2.19, residential garage parking, letter D, administrative alternative finding.
Okay, so this is in conjunction with the one we just had. So under the current code of 2.2.19, it gives the zoning director authority to look at the garage doors. I had it, here it is.
It's on page 70 in your packet, might be a little easier to find, and there's
So-
a paragraph D in the middle of the page.
It says, the zoning director may, in accordance with this section 13.9, approve alternative garage options subject to the following findings. And then it lists 1 through 4 different things. So if somebody wanted to come in and we're talking about the width of the garage door. So the current section that we just talked about said you can't have a garage doors, no more than 50%. So if someone was at 60%, they would have to come to the zoning director and do an administrative alternative finding. So what this proposed text amendment would do would be to eliminate that section. So if you're deleting the front loaded townhomes, technically you would delete this section as well because they're in conjunction with one another.
So when we initiate them, we will put them together.
Correct. When we initiate them, as Lenore just said, we'll put them together all as one.
Motion for that, or?
Yes, we do.
We'll present it that way. It was
Yes.
not intended to be split up. It was an accident.
That's all.
We'd already.
We'd already written it,
We'd
so
already
we put
written
it that
so
way.
we just said,
We'll deal with it. Mr. Chairman, you need a motion on this?
I think for clarity's
Yes.
sake, we do.
We do.
Yes. So I will entertain a motion. Motion, Councilmember Morthland. Second, Councilmember Hills.
And for clarification, this motion is for it to be included in the other item? Excellent, okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes. Is that your motion, Councilmember Morthland? Okay, all right. Motion by Councilmember Morthland, second by Councilmember Hills. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All, or any in opposition?
If this, then that, if that, then this, so still. For consistency's
That would be
sake.
the only logical thing.
Right.
Understood. All right. Then we have item number 11. Consideration of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code, UDC Article 9,
Here.
use provisions, and Articles 4, 5, and 6 to allow defined uses in industrial light district.
All right. So, hold on. We just wrote this. We just wrote this one up. This is number 11. The garden.
You had to say something, now we get the double wide spreadsheet.
Yes. This is the uses from last Wednesday.
I have asked you for your spreadsheet.
This is not 3 minutes.
And I made this one later too.
So what you've just received is a proposed text amendment and spreadsheet indicating changes in the code to move uses from Articles 4 and 5 into Article 6, which is the industrial light section. So this was discussed to move uses, laundromats, dry cleaning facilities, palm readers, psychics, mediums, fortune tellers.
Just one moment, if you could, Ms. Dybel.
Jackie,
Mayor,
yeah, scratch, there is one you shouldn't have on there.
Okay?
You know, a cigar bar, no. Thank you. So underneath cleaning establishment, dry cleaning or laundry drop-off facility, laundromat or washateria, dry cleaning needs to be pulled.
Perfect, we can do that. We took a look at that, it's based in the UDC, they were all in one item, and we figured you might want to do that and move it on its own line.
And then, sorry, because I know we're going to get into this a little bit. We're supposed, therapeutic massage, right? So massage parlors are different than sole proprietor, therapeutic massage, legitimate businesses, that we do not want to, should not apply to this.
So,
you want
okay,
that removed then?
so we'll remove therapeutic massage. And we don't actually list massage parlors in Article 9 under personal service. So what we currently have in the code under that section, when you look at the uses, it's listed as therapeutic massage. So we have nowhere that actually says massage parlors. So when we brought that term, the only thing I had to use was therapeutic massage.
So everything in blue is what's applicable, correct?
Everything in blue is the new items,
That's what we're talking about,
correct?
just the stuff in blue.
Well, and then there's some colors in red, because we're moving them out of Articles 4 and 5 and
Yes.
putting them in Article 6, light industrial.
Yes.
Like the pawn shops and the title loans and check cashiering.
Yep.
Currently limited uses in some of the corridor node districts. We're moving them out and putting them into Article 6. Same with car wash facilities and used car establishments, facilities, dealerships. Those where they're conditional use and crossed out, they're being prohibited in Articles 4 and 5, and they're being proposed in Article 6 under the light industrial zoning classification. So if you take a look at the spreadsheet, actually, that was presented and handed out, it might be easier for you to see, or it might be too hard to receive because it's so small. But, yeah, I didn't bring the glasses. So if you want to look at the map, so that green teal where the cursor is, that's the light industrial section of the city, industrial light. That teal green color, that's the only area of the city where these uses, once they're moved, would be allowed to go into. For future uses. Now, if there's a use that's existing, it's there. There's nothing we can do about it, it's grandfathered. For any future use, so think of a tattoo parlor. Someone comes in after this is adopted, the only location they would be allowed to go in would be anything in the industrial light zoning classification, which is in the northeast section of the city behind Alpharetta Highway area. And those are the uses. So it's for CBD shops, vape shop, tattoo parlor, body piercing, palm reader, fortune teller, laundromats, car wash, and used car dealer establishments, sales of used cars. Those are what's being moved into the industrial light zoning classification.
Councilmember Beeson.
So quick question, looking at cleaning establishments, which I realize that dry cleaning was moved, but laundromat is included. Looking at the current zoning map, none of that teal color abuts Highway 9, which is an area serviced by transit. I'm not going to make sweeping generalizations, but more likely than not, a person who could be a transit rider would also be a person who could need access to a laundromat. So there's not actually any service from transit directly to these zoned areas, is that correct? None that I'm aware
Not that we're aware of, correct.
Councilmember Palermo.
So Councilmember Beason, is your point, instead of the teal, which is the industrial light, what you're focused on is the fact that commercial heavy, which is on Highway 9, is that? Yeah, that, exactly. Is that what I'm hearing you?
Yeah, so for example, a person who would need access to a laundromat, hypothetically speaking, say they lived in Champion Green, and that's the furthest side of the city, and we'll pretend that Johns Creek and Alpharetta don't exist. They would have to take a transit line all the way from East Roswell and transfer buses along the Highway 9 corridor, take a bus all the way up, and then there's no direct area abutting that. I would say walk, about half a mile in order to get to a laundromat with their laundry.
Well, that's,
hopefully not a child.
that's for new ones, because any that are existing are staying.
To my knowledge, there's only one existing, which is currently next to Brookwood Grill.
There are folks living there already figuring out how to do their laundry.
Right, but I'm talking about in terms of, I'm not going to curse that location. That location has been many things in the last 8 years.
Which one, Sarah?
The laundromat that's currently, it shares a parking lot with Brookwood Grill. It's the corner location.
Oh, I know.
You blink and it's something new, and I wish them the best of luck. But I'm just thinking in terms of services and the amenities and services and resources that a city has the obligation to provide access to. That's one of my point of contentions or concerns specifically with laundromat, is the access to those types of amenities for lower income populations that would rely on transit services to access those amenities. That only for laundromat, that's it.
Further discussion or comment? Councilmember Vanstrom.
I'm a little confused. Blue, red, what's the blue again?
Would be new uses, a new category in the line. So currently under the code, under personal service, it just says personal service, and then it says except for the following. So some of the, these are being broken out, so they're not gonna be just classified under personal service, which would be permitted by right. So if you take a look at the, not the spreadsheet, but the actual table that's written, that's being brought forward, if you take a look at the code, and you go to personal service. Okay, I'm waiting.
Or, so just as an example, sorry to
Yeah.
make you dizzy, retail sales is defined as all of these things, which means that it's a catch-all, and so what this will do is break out some of those uses to specifically talk about where you want them to be. So for example, today, under all retail sales, art gallery, cigar lounge, convenience store with or without gas pumps, pawn shop, and title loan are the only uses broken out from that total list. And the recommendation is to add some others to the broken out list in order to define where they go.
Yes, Councilmember Vanstrom.
All right, I see where we're going, but I don't see, I personally don't see a laundromat as the biggest threat to the city, because I grew up going to a laundromat because we couldn't afford a washer and dryer. And East Roswell's got lots of apartments, people probably don't have washers and dryers. We're limiting something that really needs to be limited. I'm just discussing it, because I don't see that as a vape shop. I don't see that as a massage parlor. What am I?
Councilmember Palermo.
Well, just one question.
Sure.
Yeah, so, and I think Mike's got a proposal. The market, if there was laundromats viable in the areas you just mentioned, they obviously would be there. Like if the market said, hey, this makes sense, I can put a laundromat in, I can make some money. And this is longstanding. We're not talking something from a year ago or 2 years ago. We're talking 30 years. So it's fascinating, right? There's a sense of wanting to be like, hey, I want to make sure we're still talking about the private marketplace. And the private marketplace hadn't put a laundromat in except in one location, right? And there's been all these years where a laundromat could go on, right? Hasn't gone in, which says, and there's same needs, same people we're talking about, same desires. Marketplace said, hey, laundromat's not going in. There hasn't, so in other words, and these folks, right, just like you and me, they've been coping and managing with this somehow, some way. So I think we have to be careful but Mike has a suggestion to address your concern.
Well, let me just counter what you're saying. I respect what you're saying, but at the same time, vape shops are popping up all over the place, so obviously the market's demanding vape shops.
Yes.
And who are we to stop vape shops if that's what the market's demanding? And also, who are we to limit to?
Who are we? We're the city government of Roswell.
Right, so why would we be limiting something that I just can't, according to what you just said, is the laundromats?
No, but you just brought up vape shops. Who are we? That's exactly the question. A government of
Go
people.
back to laundry, because I want to circle back
but
to laundry.
it's a fair point.
Let me finish, please. Go back to laundromats. Why would I limit that someday there would be a demand for a laundromat in an area? And
Peter, if you
I don't
think a
wanna
laundry,
limit-
no,
I'm
no,
just
but
being
there's
specific.
a whole.
Why is laundromat on the list?
The laundromat on the list. Let me ask you a question. Are you excited from a business perspective and a development's perspective as the economic liaison for the city of Roswell government? How many people have you taken in the last 11 months? And you took took somebody from New York or DC or all these people that you're talking about and say, let me tell you what we got going on. Right here on main corridor on Highway 92, we got such things rocking that we have brought in a laundromat. Now, you would say, this is a sign of great economic development.
You just said we would never have a laundromat anyway.
I'm just saying.
Let's hear his solution.
But Michael does have a practical solution, I think.
So perspective I've heard regarding just, when we have properties that we want to redevelop and there's there's the aspect of, what we have seen is actually, the irony is, yeah, previously, prior to the one on Holcomb Bridge Road, it was a different restaurant or different thing every 2 weeks, but it stayed there a long time. There's been others where it is something where with just examples that we've seen in the city, it's harder to then redevelop that building if a laundromat is staying a long time for different reasons. And so I think it is valuable for the city to specifically show where they should be encouraged and where there's not to be new ones added. However, in this current proposal, it has laundromats in IL, and I think it would make more sense for that to be in CH. So CH is right on Highway 9. It's right, with public transportation, as well as a good amount of multifamily there, et cetera. I agree with the mayor. In reality, if the free market was saying there should be one right there, it would already be there. It's been allowed for many, many years. But nonetheless, I would like to see this move forward, but for specifically for laundromat to be its own one, which would be in CH, and then the rest of the other things, excluding dry cleaning, they stay as their own one, which would be IL. So that's what I think would make sense on that one.
So to make that one change, unless Peter wants to change the vape shop.
Is there another?
So the vape,
Is there a C, what are you saying, CX?
CH.
CH, is there a CH on each side?
Yeah, so that's Highway 9,
It's Highway 9.
particularly on this north side, Peter, if you look at,
And so regarding, unlike laundromats, vape shops, we absolutely do see them pop up all over Metro Atlanta. And I can confidently say I am not hearing from residents. They're so happy to see all these vape shops going in, and just similar thing with when a vape shop is there, and they are, a lot of them surprisingly last a long time. That's decreasing the opportunities to redevelop some of our commercial corridors, et cetera. So I think without a doubt, we should be, despite the heavy demand for vape shops, that's not why so many people move to Roswell.
Councilmember
Well said.
Beeson. Councilmember Beeson.
Just a point of clarity, laundromats do not create an environmental impact. I think that might be what you're referencing with the dry cleaners. The dry cleaners do create an environmental impact, and that can limit redevelopment. Dry cleaning fluid is not good for the environment. I say that as someone who, when we do phase 1 reports of environmental site assessments, dry cleaners are an indicator, but laundromats typically aren't. Tide's not the worst. Looking at the other items that were listed on here, for example, therapeutic massage, that was not a massage parlor.
we pulled that off.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
I get the vape shop because it is the negative impact to the health, wellness, and welfare of the city. I get that one. Can we get some clarity on the CBD shop? Because I know we have some high-end CBD shops here in the historic district as to why that was one of the included line items, CBD specifically.
I don't have an answer, but I would like to comment. The irony is, my perception of CBD shop is in reality probably the vape shop that I typically think of, whereas in,
Typically frequent.
yeah, which, no, in other words, I feel like I have potentially seen some high-end CBD shops that are not having the same impact as a vape shop, but at the same time, I think we should be, without a doubt, creating limitations, and it should not just be a free-for-all. So that's my viewpoint. That obviously does not answer your question, but.
No, to clarify, you wanted a limitation on the CBD shop? Is that what you're saying?
I think there should be a limitation on them.
Yes, Mayor Wilson.
Go ahead, sorry, Jackie.
One other thing, a part of this text amendment is in Article 9, where we've added definitions, because we don't currently have CBD shop or vape shop listed. So in the rest of this text amendment, we've included a definition that we received from legal. So that's something for you to discuss as well, as to whether or not you want to keep this one or go with something different. We've added a CBD shop definition and a definition for vape shop, just so you know. That's part of this text amendment.
You sure? Okay.
Councilmember Morthland.
To Councilmember Palermo's point earlier, going back to that laundromat, are we keeping it in IL? Or did
to
No,
move it
so
from IL.
we're moving it from IL, moving it to CH.
I just didn't know if we were having it twice or if.
No, just CH.
Thank you.
Okay, and just quickly to the dry cleaning, we were just having a quick conversation because the cleaning establishment, laundry, laundromat, and washateria by definition are all the exact same thing. Most dry cleaners also provide drop-off laundry service, so if you are, you mentioned excluding dry cleaning, but you wanted to have the drop-off laundry pulled out, but if they're at the same location, there might be some confusion there, and so those two could go together, and then you could have the cleaning establishment, laundry, or laundromat, washateria as a separate item as you were talking about, and then decide where you would like those to be allowed.
Okay, so I personally want to make sure laundromat is in CH.
I do
Okay.
too.
Understood.
I need to add something for consideration of the committee, because it's not here. And I don't know if we talked about a dispensary, because I don't think we've identified it yet legally, but we need to add it.
To clarify, do you mean marijuana?
I do,
Okay, just to make sure.
I do. Yes, ma'am.
And David, are you able to provide us?
Forces the current moratorium, which exists.
Currently, we have a moratorium, but we need to go ahead and,
Mr. Davidson, can you provide us with the definition? And I'm assuming it would go into the same section.
because by the time this gets done,
Retail as opposed to
The moratorium will be
medical? I need to know where to put it.
So is it gonna go in light industrial?
It would go light industrial, yes.
Okay. We need to know that.
We just need to know which category to put it under. I don't know if it counts as medical or if it counts.
and just for the record, there are some fantastic tattoo shops, CBD shops. I mean, like, fantastic. This is for new ones. This is where the new ones are gonna go. And I think as a city, kind of like to Peter's question, you get to make decisions about where you want your businesses. And different cities make different decisions.
And I'm sorry to go back to, but the dry cleaning and the drop-off, I didn't get an answer on that. We suggested taking dry cleaning out.
Yes.
Do you want drop-off facility also taken out?
Well, I think you probably need clarity on the description of how you currently have it in the code, because I think there's an understanding of what most dry cleaners look like, right? And there may not be necessarily clarity of what a drop-off looks like.
So most dry cleaners also provide drop-off regular laundry. It's not just starching your shirts.
I'm with you, I'm with you.
So that, I think that's the question, is I don't know that there is any different definition provided in splitting those up in our code today. So we either need to get some assistance on what that definition is or combine them together. That's just the direction we're looking for.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Hills.
I'm counting, sorry about that, 6. There are at least 7, 8 dry cleaning professionals on the east side between 400 and Johns Creek, and there are 3 more right on the other side Johns Creek. And 2 of them, I haven't looked at all of them, 2 of them have wash and fold services. I didn't look at all of them. I think of a laundromat being coin op or card op. Only. Only. So that would be my.
A lot of the time, I think they will have drop-off, but still, there's the dry cleaner ones that have drop-off will not have the coin operated.
I use a laundromat in Florence, Alabama, right, when I go there. Why? Because I can go wash my clothes there at the laundromat. It also has a drop-off service. Like, hey, throw the clothes in a bag, and they charge me so much per pound. But to your point, the key to the laundromat is they have coin-operated or card-operated machines that I could go there and use.
DIY.
Yes.
Councilmember Palermo.
So, Mr. Davidson, out of curiosity, so first of all, thank you for bringing this forward. I think this is a very healthy, very important discussion for our residents. Mr. Davidson, those slot machines or electronic gaming machines, do we have any rules in the city about those?
There's some state laws.
They have expensive lobbyists, so I'm guessing the state laws are potentially protecting where they go?
We're actually regulated by the lottery.
Yeah, so they are regulated, not by the city.
And does that mean the city does not even have the authority to regulate
I
it?
can't remember, we've had this issue come up before.
My request would be assuming this committee moves this forward, which I think it should, I think continued healthy discussion, but wherever it lands today, I think council should move this forward to initiate. My request would be just to have your legal office really research that prior to the initiation of this area.
Yes, Councilmember Vanstrom.
One thing we haven't discussed is, I mean, we're putting all of the things we don't like in one little corner. Are we creating our own little ghetto? If you think these things are such horrible places and bring the worst people.
I don't think anybody said that. I didn't hear anybody say that at
I
all.
don't think anybody even suggested that.
Well, I just did, because if you're gonna put everything that we don't like in that one little area, what does that become? Or do they just not go there because it's not a good place to go?
Well, in fairness, actually, I'd say for all of these things, I feel they're already, or most of these things are already plentiful within Roswell. So this real discussion is not where should they go, it's where should new ones go. But I think for a lot of these things I'm seeing, there's, again, let's go back to vape shops. There are currently vape shops in many parts of Roswell. And if council passes this adjustment to where vape shops can go, which I think it should, there's still gonna be plenty of vape shops all through Roswell. So I think this is really just where should the new ones go in the future.
So is this the only approach? Is there, you can't just as a city say going forward, we don't want any more CBD shops? We can't say we don't want any more?
It's not legal.
No. The only thing you can do is you can decide where they can go, and they need to be able to go somewhere. Or you can create limitations where, depending on what it is, and Mr. Davidson obviously knows much better than me on this, but you can create limitations where you can't have two that are near each other and other type limitations that exist. But yeah, there's not the ability to just decide there's something that you don't want.
Can you cite the law on that, David? There's certain, I'm sorry. So Peter asked a very good question. So why can't, hey, if you say that you don't want any more of these businesses, or you would like to preclude a business, a type of business, why don't you just say that?
So there's case law out there regarding uses. So a tattoo parlor. Some people love tattoos, other people don't love tattoos. So it's, several cases have stated that it would be unconstitutional to prohibit them completely. Now, you can zone them. You start with the overreaching law in the state of Georgia is your property you do with whatever you want to. That is the overarching law in the state of Georgia. If you want to have a tattoo parlor, you have a tattoo parlor.
If you own the property.
If you own the property. Now, the city can come in with its police powers for a health, safety, or welfare reason and zone that property. So you've zoned properties throughout the city and said, okay, well, we think residential areas should be here, commercial here, office here, institutional here, industrial in this area. So now you've done that. Now they can come in and they can ask for a zoning to something else, right? So we don't think you've zoned me correctly, okay? So then they would come in and they would have to and say you turn it down. We go to court. They come in and show that you've deprived them of the use of their property for constitutional reasons. Then the burden comes on the city to say, well, here's the constitutional reasons why we were able to do that and why we turned it down. And then the court's going to decide. The courts have decided that you can't deprive somebody of all the use of their property. So if they wanted to have a vape shop or a tattoo parlor, so you have to allow them somewhere. Now where they go, you get to decide as long as there's a reasonable reason for where you're deciding to put those uses. Now we would have to articulate that reason. There would have to be a reasonable reason why you're putting them in a certain area. So if there's secondary, like strip clubs, there's been determined to be secondary effects from strip clubs. So billboards is another thing that we tried to regulate, and it's an ongoing issue. Off-premise signs that are advertise something that's not on the premise of where they're at, right? So we don't allow those. Now, we have billboards because they beat us in court several times. So it's going to be a toss-up. So you need to allow them, but where you allow them, needs to have a rational relationship to what you're trying to accomplish in the city.
Councilmember Beeson?
I will just say, I don't necessarily think that all of these uses are equal to one another in terms of their impact on the health, safety, and welfare of the city. But that said, I would be willing to move this forward in order to get public comment from the public, to hear what the general public has to say about this, just for the sake of making sure that we're fully representing the city.
All right. Further discussion or question regarding this item? Seeing none, we will entertain a motion, if there is one, to move this item forward.
I'll move this forward with the caveat that we're putting laundromat in commercial heavy and everything else in industrial light. Did I get that
I
right?
have a motion by Councilmember Hills. I believe there may be a point of clarification on the.
I'll take it.
There was a request to remove dry cleaning
Oh,
and add dispensary.
yes.
Yes. Yes.
What she said.
Clarifying question?
Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
So tattoo parlor, is that a thing in our code? Is that the word, is that the naming convention for it?
That's how it's listed in the UDC.
Okay, perfect. And therapeutic massage, did we remove that one, or is that a part of it?
It's being removed.
So, okay. And Councilmember Hills, that's removed in your motion?
All right.
And then, I'm just see if they were, I think that's all of them.
Just for transparency, everybody remember, you got some things that are not in blue that you got some red marks by. If you want to, like, for example, pawn shop, title loans, check cashing, used car sales, vehicle sales and leasing, car wash. I think there's anything else in red. Yeah.
So,
Councilmember Palermo.
and my question was answered by these notes, thank you.
All right. So Councilmember Hills had a motion. There were points of clarification and inclusion in that motion. Are you willing to accept all of those, Councilmember Hills, in your motion?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Mayor Wilson. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Moving this item forward? All right, we'll move it forward unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, and now we're going back to item number 8.
Oh, wow. This is what you said that we were to save for conversation, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize how thick of a sheet the staff had for us on this last one.
Item number 8.
This is garden, right?
Yep.
Consideration of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code regarding section 9.7.8 garden.
Yes, so this one was requested for us to move forward to delete the section in 9.7.8 that indicates where a garden is restricted to the side or rear yard. As most of you know, we had a Board of Zoning Appeals variance request by a gentleman a few months ago where he had placed his garden in the front yard and it was denied by the BZA. The HOA was not in support of his garden in the front yard. So what this would do would be to allow a garden anywhere on the property. So the garden, as currently written, is not allowed in the front yard. But if this text amendment moves forward, it would allow a garden in the front, side, and rear property, as long as it's not within the right-of-way.
Mayor Wilson.
I know I'm going to lose on this one
5-0, but I couldn't be more opposed to this whole garden idea. Keep the garden in the back. This is not about sustainability. It's about a very small percentage of the population of residents. I believe the overwhelming majority of residents love gardens, but want them in the back. I don't want them on the side. I don't want them in the front. Keep them in the back. I realize that I'm going to lose unmercifully in this committee vote, but I cannot be more opposed to this.
Councilmember Vanstrom.
Has anyone in this room ever seen an unkept garden? Has anyone ever seen a garden that looks like there's weeds growing everywhere? That is not what belongs in the front of a home. We just were talking about townhomes and how we want townhomes to look so pretty and immaculate and perfect, and we're gonna throw gardens in the front of homes. It's not Green Acres. This is Roswell, a sophisticated city, and I don't think the majority of neighbors want to look at gardens. In fact, what do homeowners associations battle all the time is trying to keep people's front yards looking nice and not full of weeds. And we're gonna throw gardens in the front? Come on, man.
Councilman Palermo.
Like the British Parliament, I'd like you just to quietly stand up when you agree instead of saying here, here. On a serious note, so I do think there should be more flexibility and support for gardens than our code currently allows. That being said, I do have concerns with the unkempt aspect. And so I'd say I'm not ready to move forward this language as is tonight. But my question for staff is, I thought our code was so restrictive that we specifically had language that even fruit-bearing trees and things were not available. Is that not the case?
I got it right here.
You got it right there.
So garden is defined as a plot of ground where herbs, fruits, flowers, or vegetables are cultivated for personal or group use, consumption or donation, includes a rooftop garden or green roof. Use standards, where a garden is allowed as a limited use, which is in the residential areas primarily. The garden may not be located in the primary street or side street yard. This use standard is not intended to restrict flowers planted or grown for aesthetic reasons for household use only.
And thank you for that clarification. So again, ultimately, I do want to create more opportunity for growing edible things, fruits, vegetables, et cetera. I completely agree with the unkempt concern. I could have sworn it said fruit-bearing trees as well, which would be crazy. I'm glad to hear I did not hear that. But let me just call out two things. One, I'd love for this committee to consider throwing a bone and allowing it in the side of the house or the side yard, just not the front yard. That's one bone I'd request you all consider. The other thing is, I heard opposition to the front of the house, and I think we all can agree a rooftop is not the front of the house, and there could be great environmental benefits of growing them on a roof. I don't see that as a very common use case, but again, the fact that we have this restriction, I just think is an undue governmental restriction. So those are my views.
Councilmember Beeson.
Apparently, I'm in the minority. I did not think I would be. I'm of the frame of mind that we're running a city and not a homeowners association. I think if an HOA wants to put these rules in place, that's their own business. However, as a city, an unkempt property is already regulated under code enforcement. So we already have purview over that if you have I had an aunt in South Carolina who used to have a dead car in her front lawn that did not have wheels, and the trunk was filled with beer cans. Code enforcement can take care of that. So if you say that that's your garden, we do not have that in our purview. But if you have plantings of any sort, with the exception of your HOA rules, I don't believe it's in the government's best interest to prevent a homeowner from the peaceful enjoyment of their own property. I'm of the frame of mind, if it's my house and my yard, knock yourself out planting your flowers. That's just me.
Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
I just want to point out one thing for anyone listening, which is just a point that Councilmember Beeson mentioned, which I want to make sure is clear, that if council were to adjust our current policy, which again, as I mentioned, I think we should consider some compromises on that, that does not overrule an HOA. So if an HOA says, heck, if they say no gardens at all, that's nothing that we're able to do about it. It's just if they're not in an HOA, or if their HOA has no opinion on gardens, I think we should give more flexibility than we currently have. As for the unkempt though, yes, I guess I'd say my concern is not that someone's gonna have beer cans and call it a garden. My concern is they might actually have a legitimate garden that turns into just some very high-looking weeds that's not taken care of around. So that's where if we are gonna pass something for the front yard, I'd like to see us come up with more clarification on the enforcement of that. But I would love to see us removing the rooftop piece and removing the side yard pieces, just because, again, I think we should have less control over someone that's following the rules of their HOA or not in an HOA.
Councilmember Van.
Yeah,
One
it doesn't
point of
actually say
clarification.
side yard, it's side street. So if a house is on a corner, it was listed to not be between the front of the house and the street and between the side of the house and the street, but it could be between two houses or behind the house. So just to point that out.
Councilmember Vanstrom.
We don't have to fight that battle. I would only point out that there's a limited number of HOAs that are highly effective in this city. So it will be a burden on the city, and a big burden, and we're having trouble just figuring out fences. So I'm really not.
Councilmember Hills.
I agree with that on the HOA. I think most people move to a subdivision, most, not all, reading their covenants and their bylaws. And if they haven't, then shame on them. So they already know they're not supposed to have livestock. They know their fence requirements. The HOA should tell them about their fences. And they also talk about their gardens and the upkeep and maybe even the height that their grass can be grown before they're turned in by one of their lovely neighbors. With that being said, I don't know that many. I know a few in Roswell that have a 35 by 45-foot garden that looks like a jungle right now. And her last name is Hills, sitting right here, because I've had a side hustle going on this past year, and I haven't been able to get past my fruit, which is tomato, in the backyard. So in an effort to protect the dignity and the beauty of our city, I cannot support this for front yard and or side.
All right.
And for the record,
You love gardens. Love gardens.
I've had one for 25 years.
I love gardens. Love gardens. It's a great American sport.
All right. Any further discussion or question or statement? All right, we'll entertain a motion on this item. Motion to approve this item moving forward.
Just to clarify, motion to approve that gardens would be allowed in the front yard, correct?
Yeah, consideration.
That is correct. That is-
Thank you.
UDC regarding
Yes.
section 9.76.
With very low optimism of passing, I will second that motion.
All right, so we have a motion.
Well, no, actually it doesn't, because a tie fails.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beeson, second by Councilmember Palermo. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Hey. History's made.
All right.
Take a picture.
All right.
I would
So
have
I gotta ask for opposition because so those are in favor. I'll ask for those opposed.
Maybe everybody else is abstaining.
That's exactly why I asked. That's exactly why I asked. Okay. All right. So that motion fails. That motion fails. All right. Okay. Seeing there is no further business this evening, community development and transportation,
I thought that was gonna be the quickest one.
I will entertain a motion of adjournment. Motion to adjourn by Councilmember Beeson, second by Councilmember Morthland. All those in favor? All right, thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.
Wow.
On Acres